Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and start this meeting. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is a regular Flagstaff City Council work session. Today is Tuesday, October 27th, 2020. I would like to just remind everyone that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. We're going to have Mr. Aslan lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Everybody please stand as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. Mr. McCarthy, are you here?
I am. I went to the wrong meeting. I'm sorry, so I was a minute late. I would like to say that the mission statement, the mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. So we're now down to item number 4 of our agenda.
Mayor, would you call, please?
Oh, sorry, roll call. Yes, thank you.
Mayor Evans?
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni?
Present.
Councilmember Aslan?
Presente.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Odegaard?
Present.
Councilmember Salas?
Present.
Councilmember Whelan?
Quiet. Present.
Okay, thank you so much. We're now down to item number 4 of our agenda. Item number 4 is public participation. These are for items that are not currently on our agenda. While council can listen and receive input, per law, because those items have not been agendized, council is unable to respond back to anything that they might hear. With that, I believe there's 4 individuals for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk. Our first public speaker is going to be Rick Barrett.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So let me find a picture here. Let's see. I'm working on it. Here we go. Let me share my screen. Let me do this again. Let me click on the right one. Okay, can you see a picture of Brett Peterson?
Yes.
Outstanding, thank you. So then I'm ready to go. So good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. I'm Rick Barrett, City Engineer. I'm here tonight to recognize Brett Peterson for receiving his Executive Master of Public Administration degree from Arizona State University, as we can see in this beautiful photo with nice fall leaves behind him. Brett is our capital improvements engineer and reports directly to me. He's worked for the city of Flagstaff for over 29 years and has been in Flagstaff most of his life. Brett worked hard to achieve this master's degree, first obtaining a certified public manager certification in 2018. He was then admitted into ASU's master's program and recently received this diploma. Brett worked very hard to earn this degree, and I hope you'll join me in congratulating his outstanding achievement. In his own words, knowledge adds value to our community. So with that, I want to thank Brett publicly and hope you'll join me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Susan Walter. Susan, you may go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, council members, for calling me today. My name is Susan Walter, and I'm the GM at the historic Orpheum Theater in downtown Flagstaff and an Arizona rep for National Independent Venues, the AZ chapter. I'm calling in today to ask for your support to help Flagstaff's independent venues survive the COVID-19 crisis. Music and entertainment venues have been shut down since mid-March, and most of them have lost almost their entire revenue. Worse yet, venues must somehow make it through another 6 to 8 months or more without operating. With no vaccine and no artists currently touring, reopening is not yet within sight. At the Orpheum Theater, we've lost roughly 95% of our average annual revenue, laid off all but one full-time employee, and are staring down the barrel of a 4-month closure. We've been working with NIVA to lobby Congress to pass legislation like Save Our Stages Act that would provide the federal aid that independent venues need to make it to the other side of COVID. But with the election fast approaching, we're losing hope that Congress will act before it's too late. A recent survey conducted by NIVA to over 20 Arizona venues came back with the following results. All venues have an average of $21,000 in monthly expenses. They all report an average of 3.5 more months until permanent closure. And they also report an average of a median of $900,000 in annual revenue that has not come in. I and the owner, Charles Smith, have met a few times with the mayor and the city lawyers to explore options, but have not been provided with any assistance. We were told that Flagstaff received $8.6 million in CARES funding that was allocated to public safety. I'm wondering if Flagstaff still has any CARES Act funding that is yet to be allocated, and if so, I would urge you to consider providing grants to our independent venues so that we can survive until federal legislation is passed, which may not be till next year. If Flagstaff receives any additional CARES Act funding in the near future, then we ask the same, as federal loans only bury us deeper in crushing debt, since we have no idea how long we can reopen to our full capacity, and we have to start paying these loans back prior. Flagstaff venues, both for-profit and nonprofit, are important economic generators that bring people to our downtown area and drive business to our hotels, restaurants, bars, retail stores, and even parking garages. On an average, for every dollar spent at the Orpheum Theater, another $12 is spent in the greater Flagstaff economy. Losing our live music and entertainment venues would impair our local economy's ability to recover. Without venues, our downtown will not be the vibrant community and local cultural hubs that we have known in the recent years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Just one moment, Mayor. Our next speaker is Aaron Young.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Young, Water Resources Manager. I would like to update you on our progress with the Reclaimed Water Master Plan. Staff have worked with our consultant, Brown and Caldwell, to secure the 13-person Community Stakeholder Committee on Reclaimed Water. Those individuals include Paul Beer, Megan Burke, Max Evans, Emily Young, Shelley Kelsch, Michelle Lee, Rod Parnell, Thomas Smith, Joe Shannon, Nina Schmidt, Paul Turner, Marilyn Weisman, and Rob Vane. Excuse me. The Stakeholder Committee is tasked with recommending the best and most appropriate management options for uncommitted reclaimed water as a future community water source. These community members provide a diverse perspective of interests pertaining to reclaimed water management. Staff have prepared a website containing information on the Reclaimed Water Master Plan, including agendas, biographies of the participants, Flagstaff water reuse facts, and then materials and resources for the committee members. The website can be accessed at flagstaff.az.gov/CSCRW. The website is open to the public. Dialogue and information sharing will occur during 3 main workshops held virtually and facilitated by Brown and Caldwell over the next 3 months. The first meeting date is coming up this Friday, and I would like to invite a city council member to provide opening remarks at the first meeting at 1 p.m. If interested, please contact our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Dilley, for details. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that, we're now down to item number 5 of our agenda. Item number 5 is a review of the draft agenda for the November 3rd, 2020 City Council meeting. Council, are there any thoughts or comments on this agenda? I do not see any, so I just want to
Mayor?
remind.
This is
Mr. Aslan?
Councilmember Aslan.
Okay.
I just want to point out that next Tuesday is Election Day in the United States. It's a very important day. I don't know if our agenda is super ambitious, will take us late into the evening or not, but I guess this is an appropriate moment to encourage council to make sure that we're efficient with our agenda next Tuesday. I know a lot of us have different places to be, and there's a lot of exciting things going on locally and statewide and around the nation. So just my friendly call out to everybody here. Let's try to stay on task next Tuesday and get through the agenda as quickly as we can.
And I would echo that, Councilmember Aslan. You know, Council, if there are any questions that you have regarding next week's agenda, you know, now would be the time to state those questions or ask those questions. Or afterwards, you can make sure that you email our city manager so he can get those questions answered for you. Also, city manager, perhaps you would look at the agenda and see if there's any way we can either tighten it or even flex the start time. Again, that would be up to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, and thank you, Mr. Aslan, for the thoughtful comments. Your city clerk and I have been having ongoing dialogue about this, and we will continue that dialogue all in an effort to try to whittle down this agenda and expedite things as much as we can. Thank you.
Okay, we're now down to item number 6. This is Public Works. This is a snow operations presentation and discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Scott Overton, Public Works Streets Director. And this afternoon, Public Works has prepared a presentation for your review to talk a little bit about snow operations with you and the community and get out some timely information for all. I'm joined this evening virtually by the Public Works offices here. Amy Hagan has also joined us, and she'll be presenting some information on the parks element of Public Works. But a substantial portion of this evening's presentation will be on the streets side of the operation. So with that, we'll get right into it, and please let me know if you have any questions as we move along, as I cannot see the chat as well. So in snow operations, I apologize. Doggone it. One second, Mayor. I'm sorry, Mayor. Stand by 1 minute for me if you would.
That's okay. We're fine.
I think we're getting there.
Looks good, Scott.
Okay, can you see that now?
We can, but you might want to go up and put it into slideshow mode.
Yeah, I'm working on that one next. Thank you. Let's see here. All right, everyone. Okay, here we go. I apologize again. So snow operations, we'll get into it here. So this evening, some of our objectives from Public Works is to provide you with our winter storm outlook. As you know, our weather has turned. Typically, November 1st is our first kind of official day of what we would consider snow operation season. We did move into some of the first elements of snow operations in the last couple days. But first and foremost this evening, some of our objectives tonight, we'll talk about forecasting and how we prepare for incoming storms. We're going to cover the streets operations, the parks operations. I want to make sure we cover what we do during and after an event. And then some of the community expectations, and the parking ordinance is always one that you would like to chat about. So with each and every storm, we start days before the event. The National Weather Service, one of our good partners, and all of our partner agencies will start with all weather briefings. We typically start this 3 to 4 days in advance of a winter storm, and they're fairly predictable in Flagstaff. We can see them coming in on the southern portions of California. We watch them as they move across the state. We all get pretty good at weather reading and radar reading, and we really try to do a pretty good estimate of what we're going to see in the coming days. As the storm gets very close, we will have on-call supervisors roam the community. Typically, it's 1 or 2, depending on the event. And we'll start with a simple weather watch. So we'll look for precipitation. We'll look for temperatures. We watch the asphalt temperatures. We really look out for trouble. A lot of times we'll have wind and rain events prior to a winter storm. But these supervisors really are our eyes on the road, because even with all of the new technology and all of the weather forecasting, sometimes that supervisor in the field can really just give us a firsthand account of what he's seeing in the field, and it makes all the difference for how we call out resources. So of course, looking at all the weather and road conditions, that supervisor and our weather watch folks can properly deploy resources. And for us, it's about safety, timing, and temperature. And I've talked about this with councils in the past. Really, we don't want to bring in all of our resources at the wrong time. We also don't want to bring them in late. We're trying to find a way to maximize our efficiencies, bring our operators in when it's most appropriate. And oftentimes that means we have to just do real-time monitoring. We watch temperatures, we watch road conditions, and then we'll bring them in as quickly and safely as possible. But oftentimes you'll also see us come in a little bit early if we know it might turn icy or it might turn very quickly. But all of the things of safety, timing, and temperature come into play. We also have excellent agency communication. I will tell you that I am on the phone often with Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT, and also Coconino County. We communicate with Mountain Line Transportation and the transit services, and then with FUSD, if school is in session, we oftentimes will communicate a couple times a day. So that's one of my main roles, to make sure that not only are our partners getting good information, but we're hearing from them about how a storm might be affecting their operations. Once we roll into full snow operations, they are 24 hours a day. We run 7 days a week, and we traditionally run 12-hour shifts of 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. They do become long days. On about day 6 or 7, they're getting pretty red-eyed and tired, but operations do not end until we are completed with each storm event. So this year in the street section, I'm really pleased to report, and this is really fantastic news. If you recall from our February discussions at budget, I made a pretty strong lobby to the council and to leadership that we really need to look at some staffing. And the last time streets added staffing was in the early 1990s. And I'm pleased to report we have now gone through our budgeting process. You were kind enough to support us in the request. We have now added 2 of those 3 FTEs. We've recently posted those. We've hired 2 new employees, and we're growing our operation on the personnel side. This was really a long-standing need, and I think you'll see that we're very thankful. And not only do they address snow operations, but they're assigned to our signs and marking program, which is a program that is highly recognizable and really needed the effort to get a lot of backlog caught up. So I really am, again, appreciative to those positions, and thank you for that support. We've had some recent fleet improvements. These actually are dollars from early 19. These vehicles are about a year out to order, so much prior to COVID, and almost a year and a half ago, we placed orders for a 10-wheel plow truck and 2 6-wheel plow trucks. We did take delivery of the 6-wheel plow trucks this week. They arrived yesterday. They'll take about 2 weeks to have totally up and running, but we will have those available for this snow season. So that is great and welcome news. Those smaller vehicles are designed to use some of our more dense neighborhoods, such as Presidio in the downtown area. We've had some trouble with the larger trucks. So again, nice fleet improvement. And then the 10-wheel plow truck we expect next week, and it also will be available for this snow season. It is replacing an old vehicle in the fleet that is now at end of life, but the 2 6-wheelers are growth in the fleet. We did have some COVID impacts. As you know, I've been to you before in early 2020 about some of our economic impacts of the COVID effects. My program here at Streets is completely funded out of the highway user revenue funds. It's been a fairly volatile fund. We saw a fairly significant decrease in the first few months of COVID. We've since seen some up and down recovery, thankfully mostly up. But we're still not quite out of the woods, and we do have some question marks about how it could look moving forward. Due to some of those financial realities, we have placed 2 additional road graders that are currently funded and in the budget. We've placed those on hold. My best recommendation is we need to really look at this economic forecasting issue we're seeing. We're going to let the fund stabilize a little bit, and our hope is that we can return to the budget team right after the new year and see where we're at and possibly look at adding these graders to the fleet. But it is our best recommendation to hold on these 2 pretty important pieces of equipment as we've seen the downturn. We also spent a lot of time with council talking about a grader gate program. I'm disheartened to let you know that we have put that on hold. We have put a hold on all of our increased services that were to be delivered to the community. We've had a lot of conversations with leadership and within the Public Works team about how we can deliver different services. But we felt at this time, with some uncertain economic conditions, it was going to be in our best interest to hold this program and reevaluate this closer to the new year, if not into early spring of next year. So currently, we do have a lot of equipment that's available and ready. Operators and maintenance workers have spent the last few weeks preparing the fleet for the operation. We do have 19 10-wheel plow and spreader box trucks available and ready to be deployed. We have 4 6-wheel plow trucks. 2 of those trucks are the new trucks that will be available in 2 weeks. But we'll have 4 of those. We have 9 road graders in the fleet that are now outfitted and ready to hit the road. We use those during the larger storm events, well within the neighborhood priorities. We have 3 front end loaders that are available. We typically use these at our loadout locations for loading cinders and ice cinders into our spreader boxes. We have 1 truck mounted snow thrower that we utilize to do snow removal in the downtown core. And then we have 3 tractor trailers that we use for hauling operations post-storm events. Personnel is one of our biggest elements of streets operations. Of course, the fleet is great, but without good personnel to operate all that equipment, we really are not going to do much work in the community. As I've said before, our operation is 24/7 with 12-hour shifts. We have 4 operators or operations supervisors, 2 in the overnight hours, 1 east, 1 west. 2 in the daytime hours, 1 east, 1 west, and they oversee all of the equipment operation, handle our citizen concerns, and deal with anything on the street that requires their attention and techniques to move and mobilize resources into the best appropriate spot. We have 18 full-time streets equipment operators on staff. Those are streets employees. Remember, that is our entire group of operators. So we split them between AM and PM shift. That puts us at about 9 per shift. We also utilize commercial driving licensed operators from other sections. In particular, solid waste has done a great job of supporting us, as does water services. We really appreciate their efforts. And while they have full-time jobs doing other things in the city, we really rely on them to help fill in the gaps, work on those weekends, and maybe even in the after hours times. And then we have a long list of on-call community operators. This list is not as consistent. It is not always the best one to go to, but we are thankful for it. They're not always available, but when they are, we try to use them as much as possible. And then Bailey is our admin specialist who handles all of the admin paperwork and all of the phone calls in the office. This year, we did handle our personnel operations a little bit differently. We've done a lot like some of our peer agencies and public safety has done. We've done some modeling with minimum shift staffing. We've taken a look at what it would take to run each shift. In an ideal world, we would have 27 people per shift. So it'd be 54 people in a 24-hour cycle to cover all routes, every piece of equipment, in a full complement of deployment. We're not quite there yet. We're striving towards those numbers, and we've really done as much as possible to try to get every seat filled in every shift. But we're still short that minimum staffing goal, but we're going to continue to work on that and prioritize in the coming years. But you'll continue to see that request from us, as we know that's how we're going to make a dent in getting into more areas more quickly, and it's going to be just sheer people. We have noticed some more concerns within our CDL pool. Obviously, we're competitive with other agencies, but we all have the same need. CDL operators are hard to find, they're hard to train up, and we do lose them to other agencies. We know that training costs us. We try to keep them as much as possible. And we have some wage concerns. We're all bumping up against the minimum wage issues, and I know that as an organization, we're going to continue to work on those. We're currently starting at about $15.71 an hour, which is competitive with our peer agencies, but we're feeling some impacts from outside businesses, and of course, that minimum wage is sneaking up on us. So I did want to raise the concern that in the coming years, we have some serious compaction discussions to talk about, in particular with operators and some of our skilled tradespeople. So within streets, we do prioritize all of our routes. Our first priority routes are mains, arterials, major hills, the downtown center, mountain line bus routes. Our goal is to keep these open and passable at all times. They have dedicated trucks assigned to them. They rarely leave these routes as they are constant for need. They are also our areas we have the most incidents of accidents and of traffic backup. So these assignments are critical to really try to keep them up and running and going as best as possible. As a storm event rolls on, we start to drop into our second priority routes, which is obviously a little bit after the storm will start to subside. These are residential streets and cul-de-sacs. I think it's very reasonable for me to tell you that our first priority routes, we are always on early. You'll see us in very active roles on those routes. But sometimes those secondary priority routes, depending on the storm, it could be another full shift, if not a day, before we get into some of these areas. We really strive to get there, but the first priority routes are priority one, and we really try to get as quickly as possible to secondary, but they're harder to get to, in particular during the larger snow events. And then it's also important to remember that our plowing and ice control with ice cinders will last through the duration of any storm event. So oftentimes we'll work a couple days, even post-event, working on ice control. Amy, if you're ready, I will drive here, and let's jump right into Public Work Parks readiness.
I'm ready. Thank you, Scott. All right, so the park section utilizes the same forecasting and snow season readiness as our partners in streets, with the seasonal predictions and any resource analytics that we are able to use as tools. Somewhat similar to streets and fleet, we've got the exact same previous staffing levels that we did in previous fiscal years. So we have 15 equipment operators and 10 hand shovelers. We do have one FTE that is currently vacant within the park session, and due to the recession plan that will remain vacant at this time. And we do have another FTE that is on a leave of absence. So with those two vacancies, we will have some small impacts, I think, to our operation this season, but as usual, we'll see how we do and we'll make sure that we do it right. We are currently making a few adjustments to our routes and our locations that are also accounted for and implemented into the Workforce GIS application. Briefly showed council that application last year, and we've got an image of it in this presentation that we'll touch on in another slide. Another piece of what the park section accomplishes with a snowstorm would be our courtesy berm relocation program. So that is currently under review, and there'll be any implementation changes to that program here shortly. Next slide, please, Scott. A brief recap on the parks fleet and equipment. So we do have 10 trucks with plows on them. So, and that is out of our typical parks fleet. We also utilize one truck that is a cinder spreader. And then we have 6 tractors and backhoes total. So those can be anything from a mini tractor to a larger piece of equipment with a backhoe. We do have 4 snow throwers, as seen in this image here at Heritage Square, and then many shovels. Next slide, please. Our operation, similar to streets, it is 24/7 with 12-hour shifts when applicable. Most of our shifts we have set times, which is a little bit different than our street section, where we have a 4 a.m., 6 a.m., and 9 a.m. start times, depending on where the coworker is assigned to work that day. And at times we do have a 2 a.m. hauling time for the downtown Heritage Square operation that we work with streets. Some of our priorities on our routes, which are listed in order here, there are parking lots of all city-owned buildings. the city-owned sidewalks, and the foot system. And for that foot system, that would be the portions of our trail that are non-aggregate, so meaning concrete or asphalt. That mileage there, just for everyone's information, is about 25 miles of a foot system that is non-aggregate, so that is being plowed. Park system, we have Heritage Square, where the snow is cleared off the square. All of the dedicated city alleys in the downtown and a couple outlying alleys in some other areas. Again, we have our courtesy berm service when needed. And then lastly, we start to enter into throughout when we're managing the entire storm system, we start to get into the entrances to our foot system because most of those are very similar to a sidewalk approach. So those will be shoveled, again, non-aggregate only. And then we have our parking lots that are at our park locations. And lastly, we start to clear stairways, walkways, things like skate parks, and our BMX park that are within city parks. Next slide, please, Scott. Here is a great image that shows where Parks goes and plows. So this is through that Workforce GIS app that our section uses. And then I just wanted to give a brief snow accumulation policy. When it's 1 inches or above, Parks is out there plowing city-owned buildings, sidewalks, and the parking lots in the Heritage Square. 3 inches and above on snow accumulation, 3 inches above for city-owned parking lots. 6 inches and above, the policy states, for dedicated city alleys and the foot's entrances. In reality, usually when there's anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, park staff is out there hitting all of those priority items. Next slide, please. Oh, on to you, Scott.
Scott, you may need to unmute yourself. I'm sorry I had to put you on mute since we're getting feedback from Amy.
Scott?
You know what, this is Amy. I'll go ahead and step in while Scott is trying to figure out the technical issues. Post-storm operations. So up there, Scott, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Amy. I was going to say, this obviously is a good relationship between Public Works, Parks, and Streets. Amy takes care of a lot of work, and so does the Streets group, but these crews work hard, and with every event, they're all a little bit different, but the operation is all resources, all events are different. Every operation can have so many different technical aspects, but it really is well thought out and it's tried to be accomplished as quickly as possible. But even after the storm ends, a lot of folks think, oh, the sun comes out and we're all done. Frankly, we have days worth of work getting ready for the next event. These can stack up from time to time. And so post-storm-wide, community-wide, oftentimes we have to haul out of downtown. Amy's group will haul Heritage Square out when it starts to build up and pile up too much snow. As downtown parking becomes limited, Streets will shut down downtown in the middle of the night and we'll do a major hauling operation, which takes at least 1 to 2 nights on both the north and south side of downtown. We typically will be able to stack 2 to 3 storms before we have to start thinking about that. But it's a major undertaking to set up a hauling operation. As the cul-de-sacs start to build up the snow, while the kids like to build their forts and sled down those hills, we also see them a little bit as a melting snow hazard. And then they're not real good for our asphalt underlying surface. So we too try to get in there and remove those from time to time. And it also allows us to be ready for the next storm if possible. We have lots of intersection cleanup and pushback, cleaning out turn lanes, making bike lanes available, really doing a good job cleaning up sight lines. This work can go over a number of evenings. We have lots of signage that's damaged. We have 15,000 signs in the inventory, and I can assure you that vehicle collisions are our #1 cause for down stop signs and roadway signage, so it takes a couple days to get all that repaired. And then we'll have to do prolonged ice control and address trouble spots throughout the community. And then even after all the ice and the snow has melted, we know that in between every storm, we really have tried a focused effort And this council's heard a lot about our street sweeping program. We run that concurrently throughout the entire year in between these storms, trying to stay on top of it. But we have a lot of ice cinder sweeping cleanup, prioritizing the bike lanes, the intersections, and our mains are priority one. But the sweeping program is an essential piece of snow operations as well. And then our public questions and our public assistance in what we'd like to try to get the word out to be is if our public could just limit travel as much as possible, it assists us and allow us to really clean these roadways as best as possible. That helps a tremendous amount. We ask you to please provide safe distances and stay alert. We see a lot of traffic accidents. We see a lot of collisions, and we really would ask that if the traveling public can try to keep all the snow rules in mind, it would help us tremendously and keep them as safe as possible. Our winter parking ordinance goes into effect this Sunday. So from Sunday until April Fool's Day, you cannot park on a city street right of way from midnight to 7 a.m. And that is whether it's snowing or not. When it is not snowing, it allows our sweeper operators the extra opportunity to get those streets cleaned up. But on those snowy nights, it will allow our plows to safely pass and not plow your car into the curb, your yard, your driveway, your sidewalk. So please try to keep your cars off those streets. The downtown area has a little bit of an exception to that rule as we allow the bars to close down by 2 a.m. and get downtown cleaned out between 3 and 7. And then this year, we still have some museum flood mitigation areas in effect. Dorotha is still closed. We still have sandbags out. We ask people to be aware of this and be mindful that it has some parking limitations in that area, and it is still in effect. And then we do have some revamped information on our website. Bailey's done a great job of updating that and putting in some more bicycle pedestrian information and just getting a lot of this same information out to the public, some mapping. And I think it's definitely been a long time coming to the upgrade. That rolled out last week. So if you get a minute, please check the city website. And with that, both Amy and I are available for any questions that council might have.
Council? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to everybody for the presentation, but I do have a question probably directed towards Amy Haglund. It's concerning the berm removal. I do believe that's a great benefit that the organization provides to our community members with help on that. Why there might be some conversation towards that topic.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Odegaard. Yes, the Courtesy Berm program, it is a great program. The duration for an applicant is a 3-year term. So that it is an application process. Some of our coworkers in Parks and Recreation on the administrative side assist us in keeping track of that list of individuals that are on the Courtesy Berm program as well as their term for that 3-year duration. We also send up follow-up letters for each snow season to ensure that the individual still lives at XYZ address as well as still needs the assistance program. So it is one that we coordinate with the streets effort. So after that street has been plowed, there's that berm that can exist at the end of a driveway approach. And so our parks program will go out and they will clear just the berm. That's it for the individual that is registered with the program.
Oh, good. I was a little concerned it was maybe going away. But thank you for that reassurances. It's not, and we're still going to provide that community service to our residents. So I thank you and much appreciated.
Miss Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Scott, can you tell me about the considerations you make for overtime in your staff?
The considerations for overtime.
For example, prioritizing certain snow removals, say in the middle of a cul-de-sac. Is that done during regular working hours, or is that done whenever
Gotcha.
they can get to it, which could mean overtime? How do you manage that?
Yeah, so excellent question, Councilmember Whalen. Thank you. I would say that the bulk of the snow operations during an event, we're working those 12-hour shifts, and they're going to work, days on end, and they will bump into some overtime. As we start to do that post-storm cleanup I was talking about, for example, the hauling operation, the downtown cul-de-sac cleanup, or citywide cul-de-sac cleanup, yeah, those would occur during normal working hours, their regular shift. That's more maintenance types operation. Same with preparation of the equipment. We do that all during regular shift. The most often we see the overtime effect is going to be during an event.
Thanks so much, Scott.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, good evening, Scott and Amy. Scott, thank you so much for the presentation and the update and for your collaboration between Public Works, Parks, and our Streets Department. I think you all are working very well together, and it's exciting to hear about the progress you all are working towards as a united front. Scott, as you know, surprise, surprise, I'm going to talk to you about bicycle lanes. Last year, I think we made some big strides in improving our response. I know in years past, the typical way we would address bicycle lanes was after the season was ended, we'd go back through and we'd sweep the lanes. And I know that you and your team worked very hard to sweep the lanes periodically throughout the storms. And that was very much appreciated by the many members in our community. As we talk about this year, and obviously with the council declaring a climate emergency, and we're asking folks to not drive as often or, choose alternatives. How are we going to build upon what we did last year in terms of a more frequent sweeping, protocol along the main arteries, and specifically talking about the bicycle lanes?
Well, thank you for the question. And I think we certainly agree and we understand the value of multimodal transportation and the entire transportation system. Our commitment to sweeping between the storms is consistent. I think you're going to see we've got operators now trained to think that way, to try to continue to focus on that effort. We got lucky last season where we had some great stretches in between storms where we were able to get out and address those sweeping needs as quickly as possible. As these storms start to stack up, that's where we run into more difficulty. But I would say, and we're committed to the same concept, that as much as possible, we will run sweepers in between and during storms and then post-storm. We recognize we'd like to have everybody being able to use the mode that they choose to use. But I will tell you, our most difficult areas to get into are some of the residentials. We can't sweep in there during the night hours. So oftentimes the mains will look better than the residentials. But if you can get into a main or an arterial, odds are we're going to try to maintain that as best as possible through the winter. And we'll continue to strive to improve the sweeping program. I've got some pretty dedicated operators right now doing a great job.
That's great, and thank you for that. And the main arterials are really where I'm concerned about. Where a cyclist is really, there's a clear lane, and then suddenly you run into a dead end, and then you have to somewhat put yourself at risk trying to get through that stretch. But it sounds like the team is aware and engaged and ready to do their best on that front. So thank you. And I know this will be a work in progress. And the last thing I just wanted to mention just really quick is that, with COVID teaching us a new potential reality as to how we work and engage, and the way we're even talking now virtually, a lot of us don't need to drive as often. And as we move forward and go back to any sense of normalcy, there are many talks amongst many industries and businesses and even the city government about what that looks like, and if remote work is appropriate, and where is it appropriate, and how can we integrate that. So I'm hoping that we'll have a less impact on our roads just because of that alone. But just wanted to share that observation, and thank you again for the presentation. And looking forward to it. Yeah,
you're welcome. And I might add, during the first early few months of the COVID pandemic, we were able to get out and do a lot of markings and striping work because we didn't have the traffic volumes. We've spoken with FUSD as of late, and they're starting to rethink what a snow day might look like. I mean, now the kids might be able to work virtually from home and not get a snow day. So you're right. I don't think we're going to have some of the pressures that we haven't had in the past on some of these time constraints. And I think it's a great example where schools, which is one of our highest priorities on a school day, might actually be a little bit easier to deal with because we're not under the pressure of making sure that bus route is available by 6 a.m.
So Scott, what I hear you saying is that those bicycle lanes should be clean to a T.
We're going to work as hard as possible on the entire transportation system.
There you go. Thank you. I agree.
Ms. Wheeler?
I just wanted to add to the Vice Mayor's conversation, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention public transportation and what Mountain Line has done. So to be able to use mass transit during those times is also an excellent idea. It really cuts down on traffic, and they do have those automatic chains on their buses.
Okay. Are there any other comments on this item? If not, thank you very much for the presentation. We will go ahead and move down to item number 7. This is a discussion of options for the expiring materials recovery facility, the MRF contract.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Andy Bertelson, Public Works Director, and thank you so much, Scott and Amy, for a very informative presentation. And our community is in good hands with the two of you leading the effort on our snow winter operations process. With that, before we turn it over to Dylan Lenzen and Todd Hansen, I just wanted to say a few things. The MRF contract, as you've probably read in the staff report, was first established in 1997. The MRF, Materials Recovery Facility, has been in operation since 1998, and it's really served our community well in terms of the opportunity to change the waste stream in our community. That is a recycling effort. But here we are in 2020. This contract expires in 2023, and Todd and Dylan and team have done a really good job of planning for that transition and what that may look like. A lot has changed in the recycling universe since 1997. At times, recycling has been somewhat profitable, if you will. Currently, recycling is of concern. You may have heard of what we call the Chinese sword, and that is we here purchase a lot of our goods and services from the overseas markets. And it used to be that the overseas markets would take the byproduct of our consumption back and incorporate that into their recycling efforts. That is no longer happening, so the recycling network has changed. Fortunately for us, we have Todd Hansen, who is a solid waste industry expert, as well as Dylan Lenzen, who does a great job in our sustainability group in managing our recycling efforts, the Rethink Waste effort, and really us in Flagstaff and how we stay on the forefront of minimizing our waste, taking into account our climate action and adaptation plan, and move forward as a community. So with that, I will turn it over to Dylan and Todd for the presentation.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Todd Hansen, Solid Waste Director. Along with me is Dylan Lenzen, Sustainability Specialist. We also have on the call the two consultants who helped us with this study, Bob Wallace and Chris Bell. So with that, we'll go to the first slide. Hey, Dylan, can you? There we go. So here's the outline. So we're going to talk about the existing materials recovery facility contract, some of the limitations and challenges we're seeing with that, how it connects to the Rethink Waste plan, some options that we considered, some additional considerations that we looked at, discussions and questions, and then we're going to ask for your direction. So the existing MRF contract, as Andy stated, the original agreement was signed in January of 97. It began operations in 1998. So Norton Environmental designed, constructed and equipped the facility. They agreed to process the city delivered recyclables, maintain the facility, and market the recovery facilities, materials. The term of the agreement was 10 years and had 3 options to extend for 5 terms each, unilaterally by Norton, not by mutual agreement. So we did not have the option in those extension years to opt out. So that brought us to the current date of September 30th, 2023, which is the final expiration of this. There's no more options to extend. So what are some of the limitations and challenges of this current agreement? Well, one of the big ones, financially anyway, is the minimum ton guarantee. So what that means is on a put or pay basis, our contract guarantees us, the city, to deliver a certain amount of tons of recyclables as described in the agreement. Currently, the agreement says we are guaranteeing them 80 tons per day. Now that started at 20 at the beginning of the contract, as it escalated ever since. So what that really means is we are paying Norton for the amount of 80 tons per day, no matter what we deliver. Currently, we're delivering, in the month of September, we delivered on average 27 tons a day. So, but we're paying for 80. The city has never met the minimum guarantee in this contract. One of the other things that's kind of a disincentive for them to do a really good job is the MRF is allowed a 25% residue rate. So what that means is, of the material that the city delivers to the MRF, they can dispose of 25% of it as contamination to the landfill for free. So it really disincentivizes them to improve their operation, get that residue rate down. And really a big factor and a challenge of that place right now is the facility hasn't been upgraded with new technology since construction 22 years. I think they bought a baler, but it was a refurb baler. So really that the place right now is at its end of its life as far as the machinery goes. Next slide. Okay, that's you, Dylan.
All right, thanks, Todd. And Mayor and Council, this is Dylan Linzen, Sustainability Specialist. Before we discuss all the options available to the city related to this contract, I wanted to make a connection between this recyclables processing facility, or the MRF, and how it's related to Flagstaff's materials management goals that are all outlined in the Rethink Waste plan. And ultimately, how the city sorts and markets its recyclables will have a major impact on our diversion rate, and therefore is related to the goal of diverting 90% of our waste from the landfill by 2050. And at the moment, we're pretty far from achieving that goal, with a single family diversion rate of about 13% and 8% for commercial and multifamily properties. And the MRF, the city utilizes now and in the future will influence this diversion rate by determining which materials can be accepted for recycling. And in general, the more materials that this facility can properly sort, the greater our diversion rate will be. The facility is also important as it determines the quality of the sorted and marketed material. For example, the better the technology employed by the facility, the greater the value that sorted material will receive on the market. With that said, the MRF alone and the city's recycling program in general will not be the only strategies needed to achieve the city's recycling and diversion goals. The city will need to employ other strategies to divert 90% of our waste. For example, the city needs to increase our capture rate of hazardous materials, as well as other hard to recycle materials like mattresses that are really difficult to collect through a curbside recycling program. The facility also doesn't have any implications for how we divert organic material, which is another thing that we need to figure out, as it currently is the largest component of Flagstaff's waste stream. It's also very important that we consider actions that prevent waste to begin with, such as household food waste prevention, as that typically has the greatest greenhouse gas emission reduction benefits. And lastly, I did want to mention that the city's recyclables processing arrangement is connected to the the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, as the more material that gets recycled, the less methane that waste will generate at the landfill. And so now we'll transition to discussing each of the options, which are all shown here, and we'll go through each of these in turn. And all of these, again, were looked at. Their feasibility was studied by WIH Resource Group and explained in detail in the report that was attached to this item in your agenda packet. So the first option considered was the development of a regional hub and spoke recycling model. And you can see an example of what this looks like on your screen from the state of North Carolina. And this model uses centralized processing hubs where the material is aggregated from multiple surrounding communities, which are considered the spokes. And as we envision it locally, Flagstaff would be the hub, accepting material from many smaller jurisdictions in northern Arizona. And there are a number of benefits to this type of arrangement in theory, and the first being economies of scale. And so by amassing a larger amount of material for various communities, the MRF in Flagstaff would be able to employ better technology to sort the material. It also limits the capital demands and investment by locating the processing facility in a single community rather than each individual one. And that in turn increases efficiency. And lastly, the other nice benefit of this model is that all the communities participating in this model would be adhering to a single list of acceptable materials, as opposed to our current situation where many communities throughout Arizona have different recycling rules. It can be very confusing for Flagstaff or for Arizona residents as well as visitors. So with that said, we do see significant challenges with this model. First, being that many of these cities and towns surrounding Flagstaff have their own recycling contracts, so not only for processing the waste itself, but also for the collection of waste and recycling. Many cities and towns also don't have their own recycling collection service like Flagstaff, or even have franchise agreements in place, which means that they don't really have any control over where that material goes, and instead it's collected by multiple private haulers operating in a region. We've also seen a lack of state leadership and financial support for this type of arrangement. And in states that have strong hub and spoke infrastructure like North Carolina, there's significant coordination and funding from the state to assist with the startup of that model. And as part of the study, the consultant surveyed surrounding jurisdictions and found that ultimately, given the challenges listed here, we simply wouldn't generate the volume of material needed to support this type of model. All right, now Todd, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dylan. So one of the other options that we considered is converting our own MRF into a transfer operation and haul the material to a Phoenix area MRF. So our facility, we would convert just to tip, store, and load collected recyclables into long haul trucks. And those trucks are legal at about 22 tons. So it's a little bit more at our current average, a little bit more than a load a day. Recyclables would be delivered to a Phoenix area MRF, probably 6 or 7 weekly trips. You can see some pictures there on how they work inside. Okay. So the benefits of this option. So there are a lot of MRF options that exist out there that would be willing to accept our material. It's creates a great opportunity to increase our accepted materials. We would very likely, if we bring our material to a modern MRF, be able to put glass back in the curbside program, start picking up plastics 3 through 7 again also, which I think is a big win on this option. It creates flexibility. Typically, these agreements don't have super long-term contracts like we've seen that we signed with Norton in the past. And it creates opportunities for innovative programs, like Dylan mentioned before. Once we clear out the inside of that MRF, we'd very likely have room to do some other things in there, whether it's creating a space where we can do a mattress recycling program and then haul those down there every once in a while throughout the month, depending on how many we get, and get those out of the landfill. So it does create good opportunities for that. There's challenges. So one of the challenges that we thought about is limited control over acceptable materials. So we're bringing our material to another facility. Now they could say, we don't want that anymore, like happened here. The likelihood of that's pretty limited because we're talking about very modern MRFs. So some of these MRFs that we're talking about has optical sorters, robotics, they're state-of-the-art facilities, and they're designed to collect all the materials that they can. So, you know, they could happen, but the likelihood is pretty limited. One thing we'd be missing though is now that we have our own MRF, the school children and the other interested citizens, we can give tours. Not now because of COVID, but once COVID would leave, we could give tours again. Now, could we tour them on a transfer station? Sure, it's not quite as exciting, but they could still see what material happens to the material. So option 3 was to operate the MRF internally. So the city of Flagstaff would operate our own MRF. So we would clearly need to upgrade that because it's 22-year-old equipment in there. So almost all the existing equipment in that building is at the end of its life. Burns McDonald did a audit for us a couple years ago. And they did a pretty good inspection, as did WH Resources, and determined that almost all of that equipment in there is basically scrap value and is at the end of its life. So we would be responsible for management and staffing and marketing all the material. So this table tells you a cost comparison of a transfer versus an internal operation. So those 3 options on the top are the 3 that we contacted that would want to take our material. So City of Phoenix, Waste Management Surprise MRF, and Freedman's MRF in Phoenix, and those are the cost per ton. To process our own, on the bottom, we've got bulk handling systems out of Oregon. They make the equipment that's in the MRF now, and there's 2 systems there. The number 2 is the one with the new screens and the robots. The first one is just upgrading the current sort line. So upgrading the current sort line, the likelihood that we'll be able to put glass or 3 through 7s in there is pretty low. The number 2 system with the upgrade with the new screens and robots, we'd be able to do that. The Revolution system is kind of a new company out there. The single rotational system just doesn't have the capacity to even handle the volume that we're bringing to them right now, so that wouldn't probably work. The Revolution System 2, which is a dual rotation system, could handle 40 tons a day or so. So that would be the one in that system that we would go with. So the benefits. So if we're running our own facility, the city really would control what materials can be accepted. And we would make our own decisions on the related sorting technology. So the optical sorters or the robotics or none of that, and keep it very simple and just collect less recyclable material. The challenges, the facility upgrades would be very costly. And so if you were to choose to go with the lower technology for the lower cost, it would really constrain what could be accepted. And like I said, the glass and the 3 through 7 plastics likely wouldn't work if we only did a $3 to $5 million MRF. A MRF facility that's modern, that could handle all the materials that we're talking about today that we'd like to get back in the curbside program, would be a $9 to $10 million MRF in today's money. So option 4, we looked at a similar situation what we have for the last 25 years. So we'd procure a MRF operation from the private sector. We do a request for proposal for MRF operation. So and in this one, we'd have to negotiate how they want to do it. Either we would pay for the upgrades or they would pay for the upgrades. And so again, the estimation is 2 to 10 million, depending upon what we want. 6 private operators expressed interest in doing that. And again, the operating agreement lengths range from 10 to 15 years or more, depending upon whether the city pays for the upgrades or the private sector party does. And then we would just need to do a request for qualifications or request for proposals and get those to be issued. Once we get those back, we'll really be able to refine the actual cost from private sector to determine the viability. So there are benefits. It would be a separate entity responsible for the operation. So they would be in charge of all the equipment maintenance, the labor, marketing the material and selling the material, real similar to what we have now. So the city would act really as a contract oversight body to make sure that they're adhering to the contract, operating in a safe manner, and doing what they're supposed to do. The challenges, again, we're going to do this, we'd have to be into a long-term contract, just because of the upfront capital costs. And these kind of contracts are becoming pretty expensive, because in the past, like the one we are in right now, they were willing to take a little risk in market fluctuations to make the money. But really right now and in the foreseeable future, there's not a lot of money to be made in recycling at this point in time. It's the right thing to do, but it's not the money maker on this type of model anymore. Really, they're going to charge for their cost of processing plus a profit margin. That's probably going to be it. You'll probably get some revenue share on the sale of material, but it's not like it used to be. So the market share, or the marketed material, is going to be limited opportunity for revenue share, which means when they sell some material, we share the profit at a certain point. So I know you see this one. Option 5. We didn't think it would be right not to look at option 5. We thought we should include it in there because we figured somebody would ask and say, hey, what would happen if we just stopped collecting recyclables? Well, what it would do is really, it would absolutely prevent the city from achieving the Rethink Waste and the climate action goals is what it would do. So there's really, and it's the wrong thing to do, but we wanted to investigate it. We wanted to look at it. There's some significant savings, clearly. So that is one benefit. But as far as the climate action goals and the Rethink Waste, it's not really a viable option.
All right. So in addition to all of the potential options we just walked through, there are a number of other considerations and policy issues that are related to the future viability of any processing arrangement. And the first of these potential policy considerations was the concept of flow control, which would require that all material collected within city limits be directed to city-sponsored facilities. At the moment, there are multiple private haulers operating in Flagstaff that take their material to their own waste and recycling facility. And capturing this material would tap into the economies of scale and improve the viability of city diversion efforts. Another option that is related to this are solid waste reporting requirements. And these would help us better understand the waste landscape since we currently aren't sure how much waste is being collected by private haulers that operate in Flagstaff. There are also a number of ways that we can improve access to recycling and increase recycling volume in general. And at the moment, many multifamily and commercial properties do not have access to recycling service. And there are state regulations that may preempt policy options for consideration to increase that access, but that may change in the future. We can also improve our recycling outreach to both maximize recycling and then also reduce contamination, which is a huge cost factor for these facilities. We've had a lot of success over the past few years with small-scale pilot efforts such as bin inspections and providing direct feedback to residents on their recycling habits. And we've shown that these efforts both reduce contamination and increase recycling participation and could be supported with future staffing to expand them to the entire community. Another consideration presented by the consultant was a possible recycling collection pricing adjustment. And since, as Andy mentioned at the beginning, the recycling markets have taken a turn for the worse over the past few years. Many communities have examined pricing structures to make sure that the cost of recycling service is actually covering those activities and provides adequate resources for the future diversion activities and efforts. And as I mentioned earlier, we may be limited on some of these policy considerations based on state regulations, but we will be sure to update council as any of these move forward. All right, so in summary, this table before you applies staff's ranking to each of the options that we've presented. And this ranking is based on multiple criteria, with the most important being the city's future waste diversion potential, as well as overall cost effectiveness. And so from these factors, both the consultant and staff identified option number 2, which was the conversion of the MRF into a transfer station, as it provides the city the greatest opportunity to expand the amount of materials that we accept for recycling, while also providing the lowest cost processing arrangement out of all of the recycling facility options presented. And so this option also comes with greater flexibility and opportunity for future innovation, as it does not require the long-term contracts that the other options would. After that, the procurement of a private MRF operator and the operation of the facility internally ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, due to their high cost to upgrade the facility. And while the development of the hub and spoke model is certainly an intriguing idea, there is far too little volume and external support to move it forward at the moment. And lastly, again, the suspension of recycling collection came in 5th because it is simply just not in line with the CAP or Rethink Waste plan goals. And at this point, staff is looking for council's direction on which of these options to pursue, and all of the options are listed here on the screen. And if it's helpful, we can go back and forth to any of the slides to look at any of the benefits and challenges of each, or we can park it on that staff ranking slide if that's helpful. And Todd and I can also try and answer any questions that you have to get this discussion going.
Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. First, the question under option 2, if I understand correctly, all of our recycled materials, everything that goes into the green bins or the blue bins, would be put on a truck and taken to Phoenix. Is that correct?
That is how that would work.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe you'd only have one truck per week. But
no, we'd almost have one per day.
Well, excuse me, even one per day just seems like hardly anything. But yeah. Anyway, I'll trust you on that. We did get an email from Mr. Ward Davis, and he had sort of a hybrid idea of what I'll call option 2A, where we would take the paper and cardboard out of the recycling material, and we would recycle that ourselves and then send everything else down to Phoenix. Now, I don't know if that's practical, but I'd be interested in staff's, it's a little bit of discussion on that.
It is, and I know Ward well, and is something that we did discuss. We talked about taking some of the cardboard off and shipping it down there, and then I think Ward said you could take the rest of the fiber off there too, and then maybe talk about metal stuff too. So it's almost an endless rabbit hole you go down, because at that point, we're almost back to doing what we're doing right now. And the other part of that coin is, I mean, cardboard right now, OCC is only at $65 a ton last month. Old newspaper was at $5 and mixed paper was at $0. So those really aren't that great of a market. The other part of that coin is that if we went to these other 6 places or 3 places that said, yeah, we'll take your material, but then we want, yeah, but we're only going to give you the stuff that's hard to recycle and not worth very much money. We're going to keep the good stuff. I'm fairly certain we would not get a deal.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that makes sense. Well, that does make sense, and I appreciate your input. So I'll trust staff to kind of make those fine distinctions between option 2 and 2A or whatever. But in general, I think the staff recommendation of option 2 does make sense. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Can you tell me, as we go on tonight, we're going to have a presentation about our CAP. And I recall one of the slides saying that over 45% of our carbon emissions comes through transportation. How does that weigh out when we're sending at least one truck a day down to Phoenix that we were not sending before? Can you
Thank
help
you
me
for
with
the
that?
yeah. Thank you for the question, Councilmember
Thank you.
Whelan. It's all going down there right now anyway. So once it comes to our recycle facility and we sort it, bale it, some of it's baled, some of it's loose, it all gets transferred down to Phoenix area and market users. There's no market users here in Flagstaff for that material. So it's already going there.
Understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, council, we're looking for directions. So I'm going to need council to weigh in. Mr. Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Todd, and thank you, Dylan. Excellent work. I appreciate the conversation and all the options you've laid out. I definitely am supportive of your option to haul the recycling down to Phoenix. I think that makes most sense. And in the report was also discussed as you mentioned, the negative of which we lose the opportunity to educate and utilize our facility to empower and show the community. And I just would advocate that we just do a better job at advocating for what's recyclable. I know the sustainability program made a couple really good videos on this, and I've seen a few others floating around in the community, but maybe we can just best empower our community to be educated and ready to recycle. And then we can do our part at doing our best to recycle efficiently and cost effectively. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would support option number 2, converting the existing material recovery facility into a transfer operation and hauling to a facility outside the city, because I think this is the prudent and cost-effective direction moving forward with recycling. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question before I provide direction. Is concerning, will we be having to look at our fee structure with this change of how we're going to handle recycled materials?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Odegaard. Right now, the schedule is for a 7.5% increase on the residential right now. I think we instituted that 2 years ago, so we have 3 years left of that program. The commercial waste is not going to see a rate increase, so we're planning on sticking with this plan, except for if we decide to go with that volumetric pricing at some point. Then that would change. That would give people the opportunity to have a smaller cart of garbage for less price. So that would be the change. But as far as right now, the ordinance is in place for the subsequent rate increases for the next couple of years.
All right, thank you. And I do agree with staff recommendation that option 2 at this point in time is our best option for our community. Option 5, as we all know, is not an option, even though many communities in the valley have gone with option 5. But we as a community for Flagstaff is not an option. So I do agree with the previous couple who agreed that option 2 is our best path forward at the moment. And then also, as Dylan mentioned, we need to keep working on, how can we get recycling, especially in multi-family projects here in our community, our commercial businesses, to try to get everyone on board with our community desire of concerning recycling. So thank you.
Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. So while reviewing these options and also while hearing the presentation today, I'll reveal that I was most excited about options 2 and 3. So I'm glad to see that option number 2 is being ranked highest among staff recommendations. But I'm curious, I have a question about the third option versus the fourth option, which I think was ranked higher. For me, in terms of a modus operandi or an organizing principle, I would rather be in control of these things and have our own system for doing them. Why is it ranked higher for us to farm out these operations to a private operator? Is it just because there's an overlap of resources and a duplication of the human power that goes into this? Or are there other significant cost savings in terms of not having this in internal city operation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Aslan. I think it's about risk. So when we operate the MRF internally, we do have a lot of autonomy in what we do there, clearly. But there's also, we bear the entire brunt of the risk of the recycling market and how it fluctuates if we were to operate it ourselves. So, and these people who operate these MRFs is a big crew of experts, typically, and they can get this thing up and running fairly quickly. And there's the capital outlay. So the capital outlay is pretty significant. We'd be responsible for all of that ourselves. So you'd have to equip this with probably 15 sorters, a couple equipment operators, a baler operator, a mechanic to run the place, a manager, an admin, and somebody market your material for you. So it is pretty high impact on personnel also.
Well, instinctively, I do continue to like that option number 3, but I do understand what you're saying, and I trust the valuations that you guys have gone through. With number 2, I'll just mention out loud, I'm also enticed by the idea of the return of curbside glass. I think that would be a real nice benefit that city residents would get from this. I'm comfortable with moving forward with option 2, and it sounds like we have majority direction for that. And this is exciting, It's always neat to come up on the end of something old and have the opportunity to reinvent things a little bit. And it certainly seems like an appropriate moment for us to be going out with the old, so to speak, and recycling or reinventing our operations a little bit. So very exciting stuff. Thank you for the thorough considerations of all these different options.
So I just had a question. I am very excited about option 2 as well. I guess my question had to do with the converting of the existing MRF. The existing MRF is on a rail line. I'm just wondering, is there the opportunity for us to put it on a boxcar or something like that and transport it that way rather than having to take it down to Phoenix? Does that make sense?
It does. We did look at that, and Bob Wallace is an expert at that. Bob, I don't know if you want to mention anything about rail lines, but a lot of people do think it's a cheaper way to go, but at the end of the day, it really isn't. Bob, do you want to mention anything about rail?
Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it. We enjoyed working with Todd, Dylan, and the rest of the staff there, and appreciated having the city of Flagstaff as a client, just to drop that in. In terms of rail, we did talk to the BNSF and some other folks, and the access line into the facility, while it's there, it would need some potential upgrade to the sidings to have access. And the biggest challenge, and I used to oversee waste by rail operations years ago for waste management. We've done a lot of these types of feasibility studies for other customers with rail service. But the biggest challenge is getting service from the rail. And if you figure one truckload, it takes 3 truckloads to load one rail car equivalent of baled material, like a box car, as you mentioned, Mayor. And so you'd be building up probably, a 5-6 day work week that the facility would operate. You'd have a couple of box cars per week. And to be candid, the serviceability by the big railroads for that type of volume is pretty poor. And so what you end up having happen is you have these box cars sitting there loaded, or they can't spot you with empty rail cars. So then the city has all this material backing up inside and outside the what we would call the transfer operation. And it can really become a choke point for, just daily performance and logistics. So it's a great idea. It would make sense in a perfect world, but unfortunately, rail logistics and serviceability for smaller volume customers isn't the best.
So then I just want to make sure that I can just verify this in my mind. Even though there is the potential, the cost and logistics outweigh just putting it on a truck and trucking it down to Phoenix. I was just trying to make sure, because I know Ms. Whelan asked a while back about how does this directly meet our climate action and adaptation plan,
Sure.
the climate emergency that we declared. And so I'm just trying to make sure that the environmental impact of taking it down by car is not greater than it would be to put on rail. But then on top of it, rail has the logistic issues. So it's kind of, it just is a wash. Would that be correct?
Well, to be fair, the logistics thing is a huge issue, but when you get into the carbon emission offset, things like that, we've done a lot of those studies as well. We did a big one 2 years ago for Portland Metro Regional Government up in Portland, Oregon. And they were considering their waste volume. They generate about 600,000 tons of garbage a year in the Tri-County area. And the relevance to that is we actually did a carbon offset emissions comparison, very unique because they're right there on the Columbia River. On both sides of the river, one you have the Union Pacific Railroad, on the other one you have the Burlington Northern Santa Fe, and then on both sides you actually have highways that can take it to the landfills too. So we did a massive comparison between really truck, rail, and barging the material. And while barging came out to be the lowest emissions, as you might expect, you've got one big tugboat pulling a bunch of containerized waste up the river versus trucking or railing it. I want to say that, and I can't remember, I'd have to kind of rebuff that study. I think truck and rail were pretty close on emissions. And while you could say, well, geez, how does that make sense? It's one dedicated truck pulling one trailer load of the city's recyclables down all the way to Phoenix. I think the way they do it, if you had a 3 locomotive move and all the shuttling in and out, they're not going to use a whole unit train to attach that. They'd have to have a service train come over, a standalone locomotive, pull out the 1 or 2 or 3 cars that you'd have staged for them on the siding out there. Then those would go back to a main line wherever the BNF's local terminal is, connect it to the regular cars, take to the valley. Then they got to break those cars off again. Then they would have to rail them up to, and don't forget this, the other challenge is on the receiving end in the valley, just because you've got tracks at the origin, we don't know. We identified 3 different MRFs in the valley. I don't know where there are adjacent rail sidings. So you could get into a potential of offloading it at a site that could be 3 miles away from the MRF, which means you have to offload it, put it onto a truck, then it has to be trucked over anyway. And so when you get into logistics of that, and you're only talking a 2.5 hour drive, Flagstaff to some of these locations, now you're multiply handling the materials. You've probably added more carbon damage to the environment, either in Phoenix or in Flagstaff, than you would have just with a direct truck haul.
Okay, thank you for walking through that. I appreciate your knowledge and expertise in that area.
Oh, sure thing. You're welcome.
So it looks like we have council majority for number 2.
Okay, thank you for the direction. We will begin refining the plan layout costs, and we'll give you some future updates on how we're doing.
We do have one more comment. I just want to say briefly, though. Hi, Albert. Okay, I like Albert. Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I would like us to revisit that idea of that. Todd, I believe you said 8% rate hike.
It's 7.5%, I believe.
7.5% rate hike. Since we're getting out of the recycling business and that was framed around recycling, I'd like to have a discussion about that at some point.
We are still in the business, though. We're still collecting the material. But we can take a look at it again.
Thanks, Todd. I appreciate that.
Okay, I think that would have to come before council to have that discussion. I'm not sure if that goes as a fair item or how that would come back. I think that would ask the city manager for help with that one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We can chat about that at the staff level. I do know that our agendas now are pretty full going into December. The city clerk can give more detail on that, but if there's an opportunity to get this on an agenda without it being slated as a fair item, we certainly will pursue that. Stacy, can you give us some guidance as to what the agendas might allow over the next several weeks?
And I think it would have to be a majority of council that would need to be interested in that.
Perhaps the CCR might work on the dispositions of that new hike. Where was it planned to go? And as Todd said, we're still recycling, but we don't have that monster of a contract anymore. So I'm just wondering, where does this all equal out? And is there a way that we could afford to lower that percentage at some point? Thank you.
So I'm just going to kick that back to the city manager. And city manager, please just determine the best way for us to chat about that.
I will, Madam Mayor. I'm thinking a CCR may be quite appropriate. Also give staff some time to think about the question and formulate a good answer.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move down our agenda. We're going to go ahead and go to item number 8. This is a climate emergency declaration update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I'm pleased to be here this afternoon to provide an update on our work since the Climate Emergency Declaration was passed in June. I will be joined this afternoon by Ramon D.C. Alatorre, our Climate and Energy Coordinator, who has been working tirelessly alongside me on the declaration updates. I would also like to notify council that I did add a slide to the presentation. It will be slide number 6, and that is just an infographic to help explain some of the terminology I'll be using this afternoon. Next slide. So my presentation is broken into 4 areas. I will provide a brief recap on the Climate Emergency Declaration, what it will take to put Flagstaff on the path to carbon neutrality, our work since the Climate Emergency Declaration was passed, and then what's next. But before I begin the full presentation, I would like to revisit the timeline that was originally proposed to the council back in June. That timeline stated that staff would be back to you with specific actions and strategies by the end of this October. Given the need to thoroughly engage with as many sectors of the Flagstaff community and to identify actions and strategies that are appropriate for Flagstaff, we will respectfully return to City Council in February of 21 with an updated plan. And I will go into more detail about that later on in our presentation. Next slide. And next slide. Thank you. The purpose of the citizen-initiated Climate Emergency Declaration is to accelerate sustained and meaningful climate action by all levels of government and for people to engage with the challenge of avoiding catastrophic climate change and restoring a safe climate. An emergency requires that we come together as a community to address the climate situation. So by mobilizing our efforts, we can better align to be more inclusive, be more innovative, be more collaborative, and solve problems as a community. The declaration itself identifies 8 key actions, but for this afternoon's discussion, I am going to focus mainly on action number 7, which states that the City of Flagstaff will take steps to revise the goals outlined in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan to be in alignment with the United Nations November 2019 Emissions Gap Report, while maintaining equal emphasis on adaptation, mitigation, equity, by advancing the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan's goals to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. Next slide. So to develop the path to carbon neutrality, we need to have collective understanding what it means. This graphic provides a snapshot of what carbon neutrality is. In simple terms, carbon dioxide equivalent emissions emitted are represented in gray in this infographic. In this particular example, 211,000 tons of CO2 or carbon dioxide equivalent are released each year into the atmosphere. So to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to reduce as many emissions as possible, say 110,000 tons, and then offset the remaining tonnage per year through things like carbon sequestration. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later on in the presentation, but this does provide an opportunity to gauge what carbon neutrality is. Next slide. The path to carbon neutrality requires sustained and focused commitment, and it requires realigning systems and demands bold action. We need to reimagine Flagstaff through the carbon neutrality lens, shift organizational strategies and operations. We also have to recognize that there are no silver bullets. Neutrality will require prescriptive measures in key sectors, though. So in addition to these new measures, we will need to accelerate key actions and strategies in the 2018 version of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Next slide. Shifting to the local context, to identify what prescriptive measures are necessary, we need to look at the data. Flagstaff's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions averaged over the years 2016 and 2018 are most impacted by the powering of our buildings, first and foremost, and then the transportation sector, then the waste sector. And I'm going to go into more detail about these sectors in just a moment. Next slide. And next slide. Thank you. Since the climate emergency declaration was passed in June, sustainability staff have been focusing on conducting technical analysis and impact scenarios, community engagement, reinvigorating the original Climate Action and Adaptation Plan Steering Committee, and determining the social cost of carbon. The latter is not something that I've spoken to City Council before in any detail, so I'll just give a snippet on what the social cost of carbon is. It's also referred to as SCC, and this is an estimate in dollars of the economic damages that would result from emitting 1 additional ton of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. The SCC puts the effect of climate change into economic terms to help policymakers and other decision makers understand the economic impacts of decisions that would increase or decrease emissions. The SCC is currently used by local, state, and federal governments to inform billions of dollars of policy and investment decisions in the US and abroad. When we come back to Council in February, we will go into this discussion in more detail. Next slide. To arrive at the combination of changes needed to meet a 2030 target of carbon neutrality, the technical analysis moved the dials on the available levers in the 3 most impactful sectors. Those are building, energy, transportation, and waste. And we did this until the target was met. So levers include things like the type of vehicles we drive, how much we drive them, the type of energy we use to heat our homes, and what equipment we use to heat them, etc. So for example, it's unreasonable to assume that every single car in Flagstaff would be electric by the year 2030. but there are more appropriate assumptions, such as 75% of vehicles on the road would be electric. Where available, assumptions are based on literature and case study examples from across the United States. So, for example, the California Air Resources Board, known as CARB, recently commissioned several studies to evaluate how various transportation policies and infrastructure investment will result in reduced vehicle miles traveled, such as the expansion of bicycle paths and infrastructure. Next slide. So the levers that I mentioned in the previous slide must fill the void between the business as usual line, which is the top line on the graph, and the carbon neutrality line represented at the bottom of the graph. So how are we going to do this? Next slide. This slide represents a preliminary draft, if you will, of targets. The targets are in the most impactful sectors, again, and now changing order, waste, energy, and transportation. As mentioned earlier, some targets are based on assumptions, and I'm going to speak to the red circle targets in just a moment, but if you would note those in your head, that air travel, commercial new construction, and residential new construction will be discussed in more detail. Next slide. So walking through the preliminary targets, please keep in mind that specific strategies and actions have not been fleshed out. These targets are higher level. As the previous slide highlighted, in solid waste, the target is to reduce material sent to the landfill by 80%. In transportation, the targets include travel mode shift to reduce vehicle miles traveled by an additional 50% through promoting biking, walking, and public transit. Next is clean vehicles to reduce fuel consumption by 75% through zero emission vehicles. And then air travel to reduce fuel consumption by 15%. And I want to hit the pause button here and use air travel as an example of a proposed target that conflicts with other city council directives to bring on a second airline and impacts, and also the impacts on tourism goals. So in 2019, the airport's greenhouse gas emissions made up 3.2% of the transportation sector's emission. And if you put that into the community profile, that's 1.3% of the community's overall greenhouse gas emissions. So the discussion changes to a philosophical one, and that is balancing tensions and identifying solutions. So we need to ask ourselves, is it better to forego this target and increase efforts or turn up the volume, if you will, in another transportation area such as travel mode shift? And of course, that will be for City Council to determine. And I'll speak to creating some solutions in just a few slides. Now, returning to the energy targets, both in industrial and commercial energy, the shift will be toward 100% renewable energy and reducing natural gas and electricity consumption, respectively. Next slide. Continuing with the energy targets in commercial and residential constructions, the banning of natural gas is being widely recognized as critical to carbon neutrality. However, the banning of natural gas is prohibited in the state of Arizona. So due to these natural gas restrictions, we know that we need to turn up the volume in another target area, perhaps in carbon sequestration, for example, which is our final target. Recalling the carbon neutrality infographic, we must remember that we have to focus on reductions first and then offsetting emissions second. And if you're not familiar with carbon sequestration or that terminology, let me just share that carbon sequestration is capturing and storing carbon dioxide emitted from the global energy system. There are a number of technologies under investigation for sequestration, but they are categorized under three main areas, and that is ocean sequestration, geologic sequestration, and terrestrial. And if the city is to pursue sequestration, we would more than likely be pursuing terrestrial sequestration, which stores carbon in soils and vegetation, which are already natural carbon sinks. Next slide. Next, I'd like to share our community engagement efforts. Sustainability has been hosting virtual climate emergency forums with the Flagstaff community. We've been making presentations to city commissions and community groups. We've been hosting a survey on the Flagstaff Community Forum, which will go into more detail in just a moment. We've been making presentations to city staff and soliciting their technical expertise. We've launched a social media campaign, which is ongoing. And to the right of this slide is just an example of one of our infographics that have been used in our campaign. We also have a print web and radio advertising campaign. And we'll be encouraging participation in our community forum survey through the municipal services billing system. Next slide. So to speak about the survey results to date, I'd like to hand the presentation off to Ramon.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to contribute to this update. My name is Ramon DC Alatorre, and I am the Climate and Energy Coordinator in the Sustainability section. I am excited today to discuss some of the preliminary findings and themes observed so far from our Community Forum survey that has been available to the public since mid-September. This survey is meant to both collect feedback and also to educate the community. So for example, the survey defines carbon neutrality. It also presents the preliminary targets and the wedge diagram that have been discussed here today. The survey then walks respondents through each sector and high-level strategy one by one so that by the time a resident finishes taking the survey, they have had an interactive experience that explores all angles of the pathway to carbon neutrality. As of this morning, we have received 519 responses to the survey, already one of the top 5 survey responses ever collected from the Community Forum platform. The survey is ongoing and we can expect to continue collecting responses through December 1st. So now allow me to share some of the themes and takeaways so far observed. In the energy sector, we asked the question, which renewable energy generation model would you be most interested in learning more about and or participating in? Owning a rooftop solar system was ranked the highest, followed closely by shared solar models and solar leasing options that might be more accessible to renters and folks with limited upfront capital. Approximately 70% of respondents said that they would support a local ballot measure to raise funds for a major renewable energy generation project. And when it comes time to replace major appliances such as water heaters, furnaces, etc., almost half of respondents indicated that they are definitively interested in switching from natural gas appliances to electric appliances, since these appliances will be powered by increasingly decarbonized electricity. An additional 23% indicated that they were interested in learning more about switching. As previously mentioned, one of the primary targets for the transportation sector is to reduce vehicle miles traveled by at least 50%. And there are many ways to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Certainly by increasing transit, walking, biking, and other micromobility options. And then there are also trip reduction strategies, some of which many people have become very familiar with in the past year. So for example, over half of respondents say that it is possible and they are interested in working remotely 2 or more days per week. About 20% of respondents indicated that remote work was not possible for them. And I thought most interestingly, only 2% of folks indicated that remote work is possible, but that they are not interested in working remotely. So it appears that most people that can work remotely have gotten the hang of it. And even if they wouldn't want to do it full time, they would be open to a hybrid work model that reduces commuting. When we asked the open-ended prompt, I would choose to bike rather than drive if for various trip types. We received responses that indicated that for many trips, lots of folks would be interested in leaving the car at home if investments were made in biking infrastructure so that biking felt safer, easier, and more connected. Some key themes thus far seen for the waste sector. 2/3 of respondents said that they are interested in a residential composting service, and 3/4 of respondents indicated that they would participate in a food recovery program. Finally, we wanted to start getting a pulse from the community on how they want us to approach and consider carbon sequestration options that will be necessary to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. In particular, we wanted to acknowledge the potential trade-off between pursuing the most affordable carbon sequestration options and investing in local carbon sequestration projects and jobs. When asked about this potential trade-off, nearly half of respondents indicated a preference in keeping the projects local, while about 1/3 of respondents indicated that they want the city to focus on affordability. Now, before I hand the presentation back to Nicole, I just want to reiterate that the survey will remain open until December 1st. And so I encourage anyone listening to go to flagstaff.az.gov/FCF to take the survey, and then encourage your friends, family, and neighbors to do the same. The survey is also available in Spanish at the same web address.
Hello?
That was supposed to be a handoff to Nicole. Nicole, if you're talking,
sorry.
you might be muted.
I was muted. Apologies. Thank you. And thank you, DC, for the wonderful recap on the survey results. And so continuing with our engagement efforts, we invigorated the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan Steering Committee and invited additional community representatives. I would like to take a moment to thank the committee members by name. And ironically, the first four in alphabetical order are all city staff. But we have Rick Barrett, Greg Clifton, Justin Emmerich, Dan Folk, Joe Galley from the Chamber of Commerce, Jeffrey Gross from Coconino County Natural Resources, Todd Hansen, Gail Jackson from Econa, Natalie Jacobs, resident and Citizens Climate Lobby, Megan Kelly from the Grand Canyon Trust, Dara Marks Marino, resident and citizen organizer of the Climate Emergency Resolution, David McCain, resident and chair of the Sustainability Commissioner, David McIntyre from the city, Kate Morley from NAPTA, Matt Muchna from NAU, Amanda Ormond, resident and energy specialist, Brian Peterson, resident and NAU professor, Judson Tillinghast from APS, and Jed Westover, resident and construction industry. I would also like to thank Jillian Goulet, who is our part-time climate engagement coordinator, for her tireless work to increase community engagement. The committee has dedicated a significant amount of their time to meet, and they've met 7 times to be exact since June 23rd to take a deeper dive into preliminary reduction targets and exploring specific actions within each key sector. Themes that percolated during these meetings include the need to create and commit to that big shift to achieve this goal, especially in an equitable manner. To incentivize actions and how critical that will be in supporting and assisting with that big shift so no one is left behind, be it a resident or a business. Collaboration playing a key role in all of this. And that this commitment to carbon neutrality requires ongoing dialogue. Next slide, please. A specific discussion that I want to share with the council regarding the transportation is highlighted on this slide. And this really exemplifies the need for that big shift, and I believe puts it in perspective. So we know that transitioning to electric vehicles is integral to reducing emissions, but an emphasis on electric vehicle adoption can be a distraction to other more impactful, equitable, and sustainable strategies. So to truly support this, city resources and city focus should be directed to the harder work that will benefit and be accessible to the larger community, not to only those that can afford electric vehicles. Therefore, rather than thinking about how to subsidize more cars on the road, electric or not, our focus should be on transforming our city to better support biking, walking, public transit, and other forms of micromobility. This means rethinking mobility. And you'll note the theme in rethinking waste and rethinking mobility, but it really does speak to the potential. And rethinking mobility requires policy changes related to infill, density, codes, even lane conversions, and not looking for a silver bullet, and in this case, of electric cars. So now what? Next slide. Sustainability staff will continue to focus on community engagement efforts in this virtual landscape. We will synthesize feedback from the steering committee, the community, and staff members that we've engaged with. We are working to refine the sector-based targets that were highlighted in the wedge diagram from slide 13. We will also use this feedback to develop those specific actions to achieve the targets. We will identify which CAP strategies will need to be accelerated. We will develop a 10-year investment scenario and a funding options scenario for council to consider. And then we will then bring the updated CAP with refined targets and prioritized actions back to City Council in February of 2021. The updated CAP will need to be looked at as a living document that is responding to the ever-changing conditions, new technologies, and new financing opportunities that are presented. Next slide. So in addition to our work on the climate emergency declaration, we do continue to work on actions and strategies that were highlighted in the CAP. And so I'd like to just share a few of those with you. This by no means is an exhaustive list. We are developing, and I'm incredibly excited and proud about this, we are developing an equity committee to review the 2018 CAP and proposed updates through an equity lens. And I would like to share with the council that this recommendation was born from the CAP development process, as equity is an overarching goal of that plan. The criticisms, constructive, from the community is that the message we send to the community is they are not of value when we pay our consultants for their expertise and time, but that we do not pay our community for expertise and time in the same manner. Therefore, we are going to pay the review committee for their time as our local experts. Next, we are partnering, or in addition, we are partnering with Solar United Neighbors, also known as SUN. SUN is a nonpartisan nonprofit that facilitates purchasing co-ops, and in this case for rooftop solar. The framework is to garner interest in solar, which is non-binding, from property owners, be it residential or businesses. And this interest is then communicated through SUN to a contractor that, let's say we have potentially 200 interested property owners. SUN helps to negotiate a price point reduction for economy of scale. We will be launching that partnership in the new year. We are collaborating with Economic Vitality on a number of initiatives, including a campaign with the Discover Flagstaff team to promote our carbon neutrality goals in the tourism sector. The tagline is "On the Path to Carbon Neutrality." And building off this is a project that is not fully baked yet, but I would like to give you a flavor for what's brewing, as the tourism sector has a large ecological footprint and greenhouse gas footprint. We are developing a framework for a donation system, specifically a kiosk, both at the airport and in the historic downtown, that would invite Flagstaff tourists to offset their impact and support our carbon neutrality programming through their donations. I will have more information on this idea project in the coming months. We are also developing a carbon neutrality scoring index, which was a climate action index prior to the climate emergency resolution. And this is for new developments. The framework for the index will allow staff to review new developments through the climate emergency lens, to work with developers, to provide resources, and we will also share those scores with the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council so they can take into full consideration the impacts while making decisions, climate action impacts while making decisions about the development. And in addition, we are also working on, apologies, my screen just went blank. There we go. We are also collaborating with City Capital Improvements to identify opportunities, for example, for the Lone Tree Overpass, and in an attempt to really elevate pedestrian and bicycle considerations. And we are working on a climate action decision matrix for council. And this is obviously a tool to be presented to council to assist council members in considering climate action in a consistent manner as they're being faced with numerous decisions for our community and for the organization. And with that, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And are there any questions?
We're actually going to go to public comment first. And then we are going to go to council.
Okay, Joey, you can go ahead and speak.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thanks for listening and thanks for the presentation today. This is regarding the cap. How will municipal fleet operations, i.e. transitioning the fuel source, be factored into the cap protocols? I think that the council should be directing city staff purchasing department to prioritize purchasing or retrofitting existing fleet to fully electric motors. I believe we should make the investment in clean electric municipal fleets now for both the positive environmental effects and the lower fleet operational costs. Electricity is more cost effective than gas or diesel. Transitioning municipal fleets to electric power sources needs to be prioritized. Prioritizing the electric transition of municipal fleets addresses item number 2 on Sustainability Director and Antonopoulos' notes. So it's quote, commits to a citywide transition and climate emergency mobilization effort. So let's get serious about making the transition from liquid fuel to electrons. Thank you.
Council, do you have any comments for our speaker? Any questions for our speaker, excuse me? If not, I'm going to start with Councilmember Aslan.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Nicole, thank you so very much. So I just have a couple thoughts to share and an idea for you that I want to put on the table. I realize there's going to be a lot of ideas flying at you in the coming months, and we're all going to be thinking about this a lot, but thought I'd get the ball rolling there. First of all, I wanted to talk about the survey. I did take that survey. I enjoyed taking it. It only took a couple minutes, and I posted the link on Facebook and encouraged others to do so as well. I would highly recommend if anyone listening hasn't taken that survey yet to go do it right away and do the extra little bit of civic duty and post a link yourself so that others can do so. It really does only take a couple minutes, and I find that when I'm scrolling upon things online, it's always best to take care of those things in the moment. Otherwise, you have the great intention of doing so, and later it gets buried by your new great intentions to do other things. I wanted to spend a minute talking about offsets, if you don't mind, Nicole, and get your thoughts on some things. And this goes back to the conversation about airlines and tourism and really just the transportation sector in general. Very proud of being able to bring forward the conversation around what to do with carbon offsets in our transportation sector. And Nicole, I'm very excited about the donation idea that is currently in motion. I can't wait to hear more about that. And while I do think it's a great start, I will be interested in doing something a bit more substantive as well. I don't think we can get to carbon neutrality through donations alone, and nor should we. And so that leads me to, can you go back to that slide you had on reducing emission targets? There were a lot of things on that slide, and one of them was, realigning systems and how we power our buildings and new construction. And when we're talking about offsets versus the transportation sector, I do see some potentiality for some analogous things going on. So I don't know if you have heard of something called fee baits, but I was hoping to just discuss that for just a really brief moment and get your reaction to that idea. Because we can't ban natural gas, that's a state preemptive thing. I realize that we can't do that, even though it would be a key strategy in terms of getting to carbon neutrality by 2030. I do wonder if we can incentivize builders, developers, and residents to not be using natural gas through something like a fee-bait program. And what happens with fee-baits is, you leverage surcharges on low efficiency and high emitting products, and then refund the revenue generated to purchasers of high efficiency, low emitting products. And you do that through a rebate. And this might be a conversation that involves Sterling, our amazing city attorney. I'm not sure if this would be something we look at through the building code, probably not, but maybe, and probably not a property tax structure either, but more like a fee. And I think that would be something that would be really nice to look into to help mitigate and change behavior. Even if we can't ban natural gas, perhaps we can convince lots of great people to wean off of using natural gas. And I will just say, putting on my Nostradamus hat, I believe that APS in the coming years is going to be encouraging the transition to electric in a lot of ways. So if we can be thinking about stuff like this now, we're just facilitating a conversation that's inevitable and greasing the skids, so to speak, for making stuff like this more palatable and being prepared for it when it comes. So any reaction to that, Nicole?
Councilmember Aslan, Mayor, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And frankly, any idea is a great idea, and we need to explore every option that is put on the table. I would like to just comment on the fee baits discussion, because I want to recognize that the steering committee had a very similar conversation about incentivizing developers, contractors to not install or not utilize natural gas. And that is something we are incorporating into what will be brought back to the council. But we have not looked at fee baits specifically, and then from the legal standpoint. So we have a number of things, and perhaps this is just a heads up to the legal team, a number of items that will be coming forward to legal for review in terms of what is possible in the state context. And you are exactly correct. The donation from the tourism sector is a start. It by no means, is, as we discussed earlier, there are no silver bullets. So everything that we can do to help move forward. We also do have to find funding mechanisms for our initiatives. And this is an opportunity, and it's a start that we are excited to explore. And it's something that we can get off the ground fast as we're working on these much bigger and more complicated tasks.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions for Nicole. The speaker spoke about us transitioning our fleet. Maybe you could speak to a moment on that, because I believe a lot of that's been happening already. And then also, can you just go over the one item I barely caught was talk about paying people locally for their expertise? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Odegaard. I'll address the first part of your questions, and that would be to the transition of city fleet. And in fact, we do have a goal in the existing climate action and adaptation plan. Currently, it states that 75% of sedans and SUVs will be high efficiency or alternative fuel by 2035. And 50% of medium and heavy duty vehicles will be the same by 2035. So when I mentioned earlier that we are identifying which actions and strategies in the existing climate action and adaptation plan have to be accelerated. I would not be surprised if this particular one does rise up higher. We also just have to we have to compare that against our funding mechanisms as well, and take all of that into consideration. That will be part of our 10-year investment portfolio that we do bring forward to council to discuss. Now, regarding the Equity Review Committee, yes, I'm really excited to have this discussion, and I do want to thank Ms. Deb Harris really for bringing this to the forefront of our discussions while we were going through the planning process of the 2018 CAP. And the idea here again is just the message that we send to our community that when we're asking for their time and their expertise without any type of acknowledgement of the value of their time, and how does that look and how is that balanced against us being the city engaging and soliciting technical experts and paying for their time, and in a lot of cases they may or may not even be from the Flagstaff region or community. So this is something we've heard a lot in the community. And we are working to see how we can perhaps change some perspectives on how we engage with our Flagstaff local experts.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. And then I know I want to give, on our police fleet, I think the police just recently purchased 1 or 2 hybrid vehicles for their, fleet of vehicles.
Yes, and we have a couple of fully electric vehicles as well. But my hope is that as we look at phasing out older vehicles, that we transition into more efficient vehicles. So we need to recognize the ecological impact of utilizing vehicles until they are we're able to transition them into a high efficiency or electric option.
Great, thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I agree that it makes sense to transition to electric for transportation and for building, heating, cooling, etc. But what we also need to remember that really is a ineffective strategy unless we transition our electric generation to non-carbon sources like wind or solar. So it's kind of a two-part step to get to the progress that we're looking for. And of course, we will be pushing APS or whoever to, transition to non-carbon energy sources, and also to, put solar on top of our buildings. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicole and team, for your update and your work on this. Great progress, great update. I'm very excited about the track we're on and feel really good about the direction we're heading in. In regards to electric vehicles, I fully agree, and I think it'd be great, City Manager, if with every future vehicle that we consider, we at least have a portion of that report to council on the agenda, identifying what is the electric option for that vehicle. And even if it's totally not ready to be taken under our wing as a city, we should at least start to look at that. And I'd love for that to be part of the agenda, just so that we can monitor that and have that on the table. I love what we're talking about with solar. I think that's great. And in regards to cycling, I just want to let the community know that we at the city are working on our active transportation master plan and our design standards to better integrate safe, separated bicycle lanes into future roads and better accommodate the cyclist. And that's huge because that gets cars off the road. And as soon as we can create a more connected option for the community to ride along, that would be big. So Martin, when I'm done with this comment, I'd love for you to just remind me, as you've done so many times, when that is going to eventually reach council and where it is in that process of the ATMP, the Active Transportation Master Plan. And then I just really appreciate the civic engagement component of all your work, Nicole and team, and the empowerment and engagement with the public. And I ask that, if possible, we have periodic updates from your team on where we are in terms of working along this goal that we have. And I know that we will be in communication, but City Manager, if there's a way to make it, quarterly or something like that, I feel like that would be very appropriate and appreciated. And then, Nicole, my question for you before we go to Martin is, in regards to the lens on development, I think that's great. And I think that'll be very helpful. But I'm also curious if we can integrate that lens onto capital improvement projects. Like, I know we're talking about university right now and realigning university in Beulah. And obviously we talked about Milton not long ago. Is that going to be part of the plan, or can that be part of the plan to help have that kind of lens on those types of things?
Vice Mayor, thank you for that. Yes, and we have been working closely with capital improvements to identify a path, no pun intended, forward in just how we can better collaborate and incorporate more of the carbon neutrality practices in the work that we're doing as a city and what we're bringing to the community and delivering to the community. I hope to have more for you in February that details our collaboration and consensus.
Great, and hearing you say that you'll be back to us in February, that's perfect. And then Martin, if you are on the call, can you just maybe touch upon the schedule for the ATMP? And if he's not on the call, that's okay too.
Vice Mayor, this is Nicole. We've been working very closely also with Martin on the ATMP to ensure that we have consistent alignment with the ATMP and the updates to the CAP. And I feel that there might be a don't quote me on this, but a close timeline of when we're returning to council and when the ATMP is going to be addressed.
I believe you're right, and I know it's working through its commissions and public process. So good work, team Flag, and I'm excited for that to get to us. And then obviously with 419 transportation funding, I also think we can maybe make a nice impact in getting us, progressing in the community on a lot of these fronts. Thank you again to your team for your hard work, and I look forward to future updates and keep up the good work.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for the presentation. And Nicole, I'm wondering if you could speak more to the involvement with APS and Red Gap Ranch. I know that was a work in progress, and I'm just wondering if that's moved forward, what the interests are.
Councilmember Whelan and the rest of council, thank you for your question. Yes, we are still having conversations with APS. I will say, not to get hopes too high, but we did do our first site visit out to Red Gap Ranch to actually walk and do a preliminary scouting. And we are going to dive into getting some information on geotech samples of the area. We do need to get some more information on soil conditions as well as cultural information out at the ranch. And we may need to conduct a cultural survey at this point, but I'm very hopeful as we are still navigating path forward for a renewable energy project out at the ranch.
And would that also include wind along with solar? Or are we looking at all options?
We're looking at both options right now. The siting, the meeting this past week was focused on solar specifically, and there's a lot of discussion right now at the Arizona Corporation Commission level. I think some things. There's a lot of exciting things unfolding in the energy landscape, so we're keeping options open, if you will. It could be a blend. It could be just solar. We do know that the wind corridors, my understanding is they yield more energy in different parts of the state, and more specifically in our neighboring state of New Mexico. So it might not be suitable at Red Gap, but solar sure is.
Well, thank you very much. I know that I think going to Sholo, they have wind, and I wonder what is, if that's been successful or not. But okay, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone's work.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and take, there's Mr. Aslan, there's Mr. Folk. We do have another comment card, and then I have a comment. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Nicole, feel free to be brief with your answer here. And I'm really asking this because I don't know the answer to it, and I'm curious. In terms of building construction materials, including pavement, asphalt, new roads, I've been hearing a lot of buzz around types of materials that sequester carbon, that actually act as sponges and can help reduce carbon. Can you tell all of us a little bit more about that stuff and what your plans are for incorporating these new materials into building construction, including commercial, residential building, roads? And then also, I'm sure these materials are a bit more expensive than the traditional materials of the past. How does that factor into our appetite for utilizing them above more traditional things?
Thank you. I will be very brief because I don't have a lot of expertise in this area. However, I will say that with us having a continuous dialogue with the council about new technologies, this is a perfect example of that, wherein there are so many things coming online, specifically in carbon sequestration, and they're very exciting. It may be that, and really going back to the steering committee's recommendation on our focus, something else that the committee has talked about is, where do we start with this, and what are the highest priority big impacts, and where are we going to really start to focus our time to have those great successes in the first few years. And obviously the energy and building sector are the two largest contributors, so we have to focus on those areas. And it will be interesting to see where those new technologies fit and how we hold a space for new technologies when we look at this wedge that's on the slide deck right now. And I'd be happy to dive into answering your question in more detail through a CCR, but I don't have enough information on the concrete itself, and specifically the sequestration, as well as how elevation and temperature impacts that.
Interesting. Thank you.
We're going to go to Dan Folk.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to answer the question about the process to adopt the active transportation master plan. And so the public participation component has begun. There's going to be a series of open houses happening here in the fall to receive public comment. There's a public comment period that will open. It will go through the Transportation Commission and the Planning and Zoning Commission. We should have a work session with council in early 2021, possibly in January, and then consideration for adoption in March of 2021 by council. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment, please.
Okay, Mayor, I have Amanda on the line. Go ahead, Amanda.
Mayor and
council members, Amanda Ormond. I'm an energy consultant and I'm also on the CAP. Wanted to thank you for continuing to work on climate issues in Arizona. We really are a leader here in Flagstaff. There's so much to do, but I appreciate that the council continues to be engaged. Just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective on electricity and where we're going and provide hopefully some good news. To get to our CAP goal, we have to electrify buildings, we have to electrify transportation, and as somebody just pointed out, it has to be from clean energy or we really don't get anywhere. I hope the council is aware that Arizona Public Service Company announced earlier this year that they're trying to get to be 100% carbon free by 2050. They also have goals to be 45% renewable energy. So we have a real new opportunity to work collectively with the utility because they've changed directions in how they want to take the state. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that the Arizona Corporation Commission, which is the body that regulates Arizona Public Service Company, is deciding this Thursday about whether they're going to require utilities to have a carbon mandate. So this would actually support what APS has already voluntarily said that they want to do, but it's really good news because it means that the state of Arizona is starting to recognize that climate is something that's important to address, and so we'll have direction from the utility itself, but also from the regulators. So thanks very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, I just wanted to weigh in on the conversation briefly. And first of all, say thank you to Nicole for mentioning the Equity Review Committee. I want to encourage council as we move forward to be mindful of those who are most impacted by climate change. You know, for me, the concept of equity is extremely important. And again, I thank Nicole and her staff for working to integrate that. I'm wondering, some of the questions I have to do with the individuals who are taking the online survey, the income level of those individuals who are taking the online survey, and really the access to make sure that the entire community has the ability to be a part of that. People who don't have access to a computer, don't have access to internet, and people who are not able to necessarily work from home. I think that's absolutely critical. I also think that, you know, it's interesting to sit here and listen to the conversation with regards to like the electric cars. And I know we've had conversations about that before, and we're talking about electric cars that the city would purchase. But I just want to make sure that we're mindful. I was part of a community conversation 2 weeks ago where we talked about what some people take for granted. For example, the ability to purchase a new car. Some people do not actually have here in the city, given the cost of living. Vice Mayor, I'm just going to kind of, I guess, put you a little bit on the spot because you are very passionate when you talk about, you know, the bike lanes and the new divided bike lanes. I would really encourage council to also talk about the historic neighborhoods in this town that don't have paved sidewalks, that still have dirt roads, and where those particular residents are actually using their bikes and walking on those situations, not because we are now doing something new, but because they are doing that out of necessity. And I think that that's really important to point that out. While many of us are now coming to the realization that we need to make changes to address our climate, you have populations of people who have already been living this way for not only decades but generations because of their level of income and because they're experiencing poverty. And so as we talk about addressing the new things that we need to move to the next step, there are some neighborhoods in town that still don't have sidewalks, that still are unpaved roads, and those people are still utilizing those as means of transportation. So I think we need to address that. Also, when we talk about alternative forms of transportation, I think we need to also address the fact that you have many people who are not able to work at home. So they have to take the public transit or they have to ride their bikes. These are late night evenings. These are, some people are getting off at 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock at night, and the transportation system that they're going to need to use in order to get to work and then to get back while the rest of us might have the luxury of not being at work. So I just think as we move forward, especially when it comes to surveys and talking and making sure people are integrated, everybody is a part of this conversation. We need to be mindful about different neighborhoods, different cultures, different languages, and different income levels, and the people who are most impacted by climate change. And so I just want to make sure that I just want to make sure that I put that out and make sure that that's on the forefront of everybody's mind as we move forward. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And of course, I agree with everything you're saying. And two things I wanted to share is, I believe in the 419 funding plans, there's a lot of money being put aside for sidewalks and completing sidewalks. And so I'm not saying that's going to solve all the sidewalk issues, but from what I recall, and Dan, you can correct me, or Nicole, but it seems like there are plans to fill in a lot of the gaps. And of course, that's not going to solve the issues at the root level, but it's a step, right? And so I really do appreciate what you're sharing on that front. And then secondly, what was I going to say? I'll just stop there. I don't remember my second point, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. I see Ms. Whelan.
Mayor, to your point, I think Councilmember Salas, maybe you can help me here, but there was some talk about moving forward and empowering, trying to get the League of the Neighborhood Groups back together again, and they would be such a force to have on these committees and provide feedback. So Councilmember Salas, could you speak to that? I know that was of interest. We had both talked about that. I think you even did a fair item.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I think my request for the neighborhood association update is on the agenda. It will be on the last day of our mayor. And that will be a great follow-up to the conversations and update with La Piazza Vieja, South Side, and Sunnyside neighborhood associations. Thank you
so much.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did recall my second point. Nicole, my question for you is there a way how can we better ensure that our surveying and community engagement processes do reach our most vulnerable? Because we all know that there are so many barriers just to reach our website and to fill out a survey that many folks are left behind. We're talking about a rare assessment in regards to how to support some of our most vulnerable in our community in future conversations and on a different topic. But I'm wondering if there's a way to almost integrate a form of the rare assessment in our ongoing practices at the city on this topic. And just to, sorry, one last point, with the rare assessment, one of the most amazing parts about it that I really appreciate is that it's hiring people from that population, training them and empowering them to then help get that survey their own peers, of which respect and trust them. And so just an interesting approach, and I think a really effective way to kind of tap into some of the communities that are harder to reach. Go ahead.
Vice Mayor, thank you very much for that, because it's an incredibly important issue to put on the table for consideration. And you are exactly right. In essentially our challenge is we are in a virtual landscape right now, and that definitely has limited our ability. One of the things I was very proud of during the 2018 CAP was just our attempt to bring this discussion to the community as best as we could with the resources that we had. But if we were to do this and dive deep, we would be on the ground and employing local trusted people to actually solicit engagement, encourage engagement. We are developing a framework for expanding our vulnerability assessment in the community, and this will be part of our strategy for that assessment. One of the benefits of having a living document, if you will, for the CAP is that we can have this continuous refinement to the work that we're doing, and recognizing that the needs in our community are constantly changing, because again, variables are constantly changing in the world, be it environmentally, socially, economically. And if we are rigid with a goal for carbon neutrality by 2030 and setting that exact structure here in the next 5 months, we won't achieve that goal because it would be too rigid. And so we do need to be on the ground. We do need to be essentially knocking on doors and asking people for their time and their voice. But we need to go to the community in many cases, and we're working on that. Is the process for our community engagement perfect that we have right now? Absolutely not. In a perfect world, we would be able to do that. We'd be able to staff it or fund it. But obviously the pandemic has led to some additional challenges there.
Thank you.
And so I guess my follow-up to that, is understanding that as we move forward currently right now, because of the way the pandemic is, that council not think that this is finalized or a done deal, or that we're going to move forward necessarily, that we're moving the entire community forward at one time, because we're not. There is a real technology divide in this community. There are people who do not have access to technology currently, and there are people who are not able to participate in this new norm because of these things. So I just want council to be very mindful that while we're moving forward and we're getting recommendations, we do not have the recommendations, I don't think, of people who are most impacted when it comes to the issue of climate change. And we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get those voices included at some point before this plan is finalized and we move forward, because we might end up leaving people behind. So with that, is there anything else on this item? If not, we're going to stop and take a break. We are going to come back at, let's come back at 10 minutes till 6, so 5:50. And when we come back, we'll pick up with the JW Powell specific plan study. Thank you.
Ready.
Do we have any public comment cards for this particular agenda item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, David Peterson, Capital Improvement Project Manager. I'm excited to present tonight the John Wesley Powell Boulevard Specific Plan Study. I'll be joined by Julie Lead from Peak Engineering and Sarah Dector from Comprehensive Planning. I did also want to make a note. There are a couple slides in here that have been updated since the PDF that was submitted to council. One of them being the next slide, the context map. It's a larger scale map to share with the group, just kind of a better context of where the location and where we're talking about. And then further down, the illustrations that are shared have been altered as well. We'll have that PDF available after this presentation, and I'll share that. This is the context of where we're talking about tonight with the John Wesley Powell specific plan. It starts the current termination of John Wesley Powell Boulevard. It's this yellow line here, and it goes all the way up to Butler Avenue. For context, here's the NAU Sky Dome to the west, and Lone Tree. And this is the Rio de Flag drainage right in here, going down towards Fox Glen Park, which is over here to the right. Tonight, we're looking to share the feedback we have from the land use model that we've been cultivating in the last several weeks and receive input from council. We have also been working really hard in the last 2 months with various departments of the city, talking with engineering, planning, water services, parks and recreation, public safety, to name a few, as well as community service partners. Mountain Lion, we have Metro Plan, Flagstaff Unified School District, the Arizona State Land, Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, Northern Arizona Healthcare, Flagstaff Arts Coalition, and the United States Postal Service, to name a few. We also part of this team, we have the consultants, we have Peak Engineering, we have Swaback, which is a planning and architectural firm out of Phoenix, and Charlier, and Intellis. And as an introduction to the team, I'm going to pass the presentation over to Julie Lead with Peak Engineering.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Mayor Evans, can you hear me clearly?
I can, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So we are in phase one. Phase one is the land use framework, and that is what we are here to speak with you tonight about. The land use framework is a refinement of the regional plan and not as detailed as an area plan. That's going to be phase two. The land use framework, it's not a decision, it's just an application of a set of assumptions. You'll see in this phase one, in our current scope of work, we are working on 30% roadway and utility design. And you'll see here it says focused public involvement. And I want to describe what we mean by focused public involvement. And that is that we are engaging the stakeholders that will be directly impacted by the JWP corridor extension and the land development in that area. So tonight we'll talk about land use framework, and then we'll be back to talk with you about 30% design and focused public involvement at a future date. Phase two will be handled by Sarah Dechter and her team, and that'll be preparation of the specific area plan. Sarah, would you like to speak a little bit about phase two?
Hi, yes, Julie. Hi, I'm Sarah Dechter. I'm the Comprehensive Planning Manager for the City of Flagstaff. We'll talk more about the difference between phase one and phase two towards the end of the presentation too, and maybe there'll be a little more clarity on it at that point. But just to set up that discussion, we have phase one, which is largely about testing our assumptions and understanding what could work, sort of an application of the possible. And phase two is really where we would go out and start engaging the community on what those findings of phase one mean for the future of the area we're discussing. That's kind of the simplest explanation, but we can, of course, keep coming back to that if you have questions. We don't know everything we will do in phase two yet. We have some sketches and ideas of what that might look like from a process perspective, but it'll take more feedback from the public. And of course, we are always adapting to what we're hearing and learning as we go.
Thank you, Sarah. And let's move to the next slide, please. All right, in front of you is the key stakeholders. And to get you oriented, you will see on the very west edge, Lone Tree Road. And again, that yellow line, that is John Wesley Powell Boulevard, the proposed alignment. You'll see Butler in the top, the north edge there. And then I-40 to the northwest. So these are our primary stakeholders along the corridor. We have Coconino Community College, Juniper Point, Arizona State Trust Land, and that was actually auctioned off last week. We have Little America, and this is the Little America is a collection of a handful of different parcels. Kelly Gibson, 80 acres, and then along the the southeast of the JWP Boulevard corridor. This is the NAU parcel, and this was purchased a little over a year ago. To the north of that, we have multiple owners, and what you see in gold here, those are city parcels within the city limits, and those are estate residential zone parcels. The green squares that you see flanking those parcels, those are county islands. And then as we move north, we have Canyon del Rio, and they are in the development and planning, towards the end of the development and planning phases of that project. In general, these parcels are zoned rural residential and estate residential. There are some portions of highway commercial along Butler. NAU zoning prior to purchase was estate residential. And then Canyon del Rio is a mix of residential and some commercial along Butler. Next slide, please. Right. What you see here is directly from the regional plan. This is the is circled there in red. And I want to point out a couple of things, and it's the area types. We've got urban, suburban, and rural with activity center, neighborhood, and corridor place types. And as we zoom in, next slide, please. So you see a zoomed in area of the regional plan future growth illustration with the aerial in the background. And I want to talk a little bit about activity centers and where we see those. You'll see the dome there just to get you oriented. The NAU dome on the west side, on the left side, I-40 corridor. Thank you, David. He's driving this evening. Appreciate that. And then if you wouldn't mind, David, tracing out the proposed JWP alignment. Goes through S12, S17, heads north to S18. And then you can see the county islands outlined in that brownish color. So activity centers are mixed use areas where we have a concentration of commercial and other land uses. These are locations for higher density residential development and will include a high degree of pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. The urban centers hold the greatest density of housing and intensity of commercial and retail space. The urban center has a density that makes transit work while providing places where social interactions can occur. A suburban activity center provides nodes for neighborhood schools, parks, restaurants, grocery stores. They're typically located next to higher density residential, and they need to be easily accessible by walking or biking. In the regional plan, there's quite a bit of discussion about great streets, and JWP Boulevard, this is going to be one of those great streets. So the study area that we have outlined in red here, that contains just over 2,000 acres, 2,165 acres. So our charge is to take this high-level planning document, the regional plan, with the goals and policies, and develop this land use framework. And the land use framework considers intensity and density and land use and development opportunity, community needs such as schools, police, fire, cultural, and preservation of natural resources, and connectivity. So we're going to take this regional plan, but before we jump into some of the illustrations and sketches we've been working on, I want to talk a little bit about traffic engineering and planning. Next slide, please. And just sort of the basic tenets of subdivision development. And the importance here is redundancy and improving ambulatory response, emergency responses, making sure that our communities are walkable, bikeable, and can be serviced by transit to where it makes sense. We're seeking to shorten those average trip lengths. That's what vehicle miles of travel, VMT. Our goal is to shorten that. And you'll see this exhibit on the right side here. And this is the ideal scenario. This would be taking, and this is kind of a cartoon to a certain extent, taking the JWP corridor and overlaying a 1/4-mile grid system on it. And as we look at a grid system, that's where we see these improved emergency response times, where we have improved environment for pedestrians and cyclists and for transit. And a lot of this early work, I should mention, when we started, was supported by Charlier and Associates, and they are a transportation planning firm, and they've supported the city in a couple of other endeavors. And we have appreciated their input in this early planning process. So the implementation of these strategies in new development, it was great to hear Nicole speak to it just earlier about micro mobility and accessible to the larger community and not being as reliant on vehicular travel. And these are directly out of the city's climate action and adaptation plan, these goals. So next slide, please. And I have a couple of examples to share, ones that we're probably all familiar with, Sunnyside on the left and Cheshire on the right. And Sunnyside is a very good example of a grid network. Cheshire has some grid form, but also has what we call loops and lollipops. Much of the Cheshire, or some of the Cheshire layout, was likely influenced by natural resources and topography. So it's likely we'll see some elements of this loops and lollipops in the JWP framework, but other areas where it's possible, doing more of the grid network. Next slide, please. So before we embark on showing you the illustrations that we've been working on, just want to highlight a few things about what these are. And these illustrations are a refinement of the regional plan, not as detailed as a specific area plan. That will be the phase 2 that Sarah talked about. And the purpose is using our imagination for how our community could develop in this area and really understanding the needs of those developments, and then testing the output from the regional plan, testing those goals and policies and seeing what those infrastructure needs are. Because we made many assumptions in the regional plan and now we need to test them. There's still much work to do, but we wanted to come to you and show these to you first. Next slide, please. So the land use framework is an application of a scenario that uses the regional plan future growth illustration corridor place type. And we're launching from that regional plan, taking into consideration that good connectivity that I talked about before, and also those sensitive environmental areas. And then, we're layering in topography, floodplains, trees, and slope resources. And this was a sketch early on. Next slide, please. And this is where we are today. And I'm going to break down all of these colors so you'll know what we're looking at and talking about. But the colors represent different land uses. And this framework is plastic and flexible. The regional plan is the guide. Now we get to test those outputs. It's a feasibility study and it's forward looking. And it's intentional that the edges are a little bit fuzzy. And there's so much work to do, including public engagement. One thing I do want to point out is this does not reflect current entitlements. As you recall, zoning in this area is predominantly rural residential and estate residential. So moving forward, we're going to go through a series of illustrations and talking about people, place, recreation, connectivity, and amenities. So now let's apply the environment as a reality and imagine what this could look like. Next slide, please. Right. Here we have a district framework of north and south. You'll see that depicted by this dashed blue line. This on the left side there is Lone Tree, the existing Lone Tree corridor. And then you can see generally a new possible Lone Tree corridor coming out of the center of the main urban center there. Yep. And I-40 and Butler on the north edge.
Excuse me. Can I break in? We have a question that needs to be asked right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the indulgence, and I apologize for the interruption. But there's just this question screaming at me, and it's hard for me to concentrate on the presentation without knowing the answer. Did I hear you say that the state trust parcel was sold last week?
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Asland, yes, that is correct. It was auctioned off on Thursday.
So do we know who bought it and what their plans are for the land? Which is in every single one of these maps you're showing us.
Councilmember Asland, I did attend the auction, and there was only one bidder, and the only one bidder and low bidder was Symmetry Development.
I would like to also mention that it seems like Chicanos por la Casa might also have been involved with that, or might be involved with that developer.
And then, so you might not be able to answer this question right now, and that's fine. I can move on. But I'd like to have a sense, if you guys have a sense of what that means for each of the illustrations and exhibits that you're showing us right now.
Councilmember Aslan, what we have and we're showing you today is the desire and what was presented in the regional plan. So it's consistent with, at the time, the regional plan, what the community wanted to see for development in this area. I am not aware of what their intentions are for development of that state land parcel. Sarah, would you like to add to that?
I would. Councilmember Aslan, the point of this exercise specifically was not to look at even approved development so far. It's simply, that's why we called it a test of assumptions. One of the assumptions we are testing is the regional plan calls for 4 activity centers in this part of the city. Can we actually support 4 activity centers here? Some of our answers from this phase 1 is, no, we need to consolidate activity centers for them to be effectively developed in this area. But we didn't even look at the Canyon del Rio rezoning, which was underway while we were doing this analysis. We did not look at the recent Juniper Point plat. We were really taking this into regional plan, what could be possible given the constraints on this landscape, going from the ideal to a somewhat constrained set of assumptions, and then going from there. We have not talked to the large property owners in any great detail about their plans. A few have spoken with us, but we will be doing that in the coming months. You're getting the preview of that information and conversation. So if you have questions you would like us to ask them, we can certainly have that as part of the conversation. But I don't think we can answer many questions about their plans at this time.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah, and I do appreciate that, and I do understand what you're saying, and I'm happy to move on with the exercise, given what we do know. I do think it's important to sit here for a second and just realize how much is in flux. Even, there's a lot that apparently has changed this week. And I wasn't aware that auction had finally occurred and was completed. So I'm a little, I feel a little gut punched by that in and of itself. I know the Arizona Trail runs right through there. I had couched a question earlier about where that is in orientation to what we're talking about. Would appreciate having that pointed out. And again, I'm in a position now where I can sort of just sit back and appreciate the presentation for what it is, knowing that obviously a lot of this stuff is very ambiguous at the moment. So thank you. I appreciate your indulgence.
So we have another question. I'm going to tell council, if the question is about the state trust land, perhaps we could hold those questions until the end of the presentation so we can get through the presentation. Ms. Whelan, what is your question?
So, Sarah, Julia, can you tell me, I understand we're in phase 1, but there was definite information like Rio, like other projects that were going in, I don't understand why they wouldn't be considered even in phase one, which might help in shifting some of these ideas. So can you help me understand that?
Sure. Councilmember Whelan, I am glad to help provide some context for that. One of the reasons we didn't reflect those changes is because all parts of these maps could change. This is one scenario that could be done in 3 or 4 different ways. And we are going to have conversations with the property owners that will bring forward in phase 2 a second iteration of this map. And we didn't want, at the time, 2 of the decisions we're talking about, we didn't know if they would happen. And we didn't know if council would approve some of those things that were coming towards them. So we were working in a very abstract place. That's why Julie said this is an analysis between the regional plan, which is very, very broad, and a specific plan. A specific plan is really the place where we would take those existing entitlements and the recently approved plans into account. But we had some bigger questions we needed to just get a sense of in terms of how much the model tolerates, what can be supported or can't be supported at certain thresholds. And if we let Julie move through these slides, I think you'll understand that more, and we can always have follow-up questions on that later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Evans, would you like me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So here we have the North and the South District, and these districts are generally separated by the Rio. However, we don't want to think of them as separate because we're connecting them. And as part of the framework, we recognize there may be different characteristics given the proximity to other land uses and transportation corridors, such as the I-40 interchange. But we need to consider areas of influence, adjacent uses, terrain, sensitive environmental features, and distance between the 2 districts. The physical constraint, like I said, that becomes an asset for both districts. What ties them together is that Rio de Flag. The urban centers, the main urban center and secondary urban center that you see here are consistent with the regional plan. As Sarah had said, we looked at combining those activity centers. It made sense as we went through this exercise to combine those. Next slide, please. Here we show the development framework or an overall general land use pattern with urban centers, parks, open space, and educational and institutional land uses. You'll see the urban center type 1 is closer to the Lone Tree and JWP intersection. And we have an urban center type 2 to the north off of Butler. The urban centers function as the identifiable core of each district. At nearly double the commercial and mixed use square foot as the North District secondary urban center, the primary or main urban center in the South District is predominantly a commercial and mixed use core that serves a broader area beyond the study area. It connects NAU, downtown, airport, as well as existing development to the south and west and proposed development along JWP to the east. It's pedestrian oriented. If you want to vision for the urban center type 1, think of a Trader Joe's anchoring that area. So as we move to the north side, the urban center type 2, this is smaller in scale, intensity, and density. And it serves a more localized area around Butler and the existing residential development to the east. Since the more high density residential development is proposed in the South District, the north is intended to function more as like a neighborhood district core. Think a bigger grocery store and hotel where it's walkable, but there are also some vehicle oriented there's vehicle-oriented infrastructure for travelers. And we have a couple of visuals. Next slide, please. These are examples directly from the high occupancy housing plan of an urban center type 1, just to give you more of a vision. And this is the type 1 is that JWP and Lone Tree area. Next slide, please. Urban center type 2. This is maybe your larger, your grocery chain and hotel. And this is the Butler and I-40 area. Next slide, please. Okay. And so this illustration is the circulation framework, and it shows the JWP arterial and a potential roadway collector network. So we have a hierarchy of roads. We have the arterial, and what feeds into the arterial are major collectors or collectors. And then the step that feeds into those collectors are local streets. As you note on this, we're showing the major collectors and the arterial, but we're not showing some of the minor collectors and local streets. We would fully expect many more streets and road connections throughout both of these districts. The arrows here represent continuation of those streets. And I want to point out one area. It's this dashed line that crosses the Rio de Flag. And this is a possible connection that would greatly improve connectivity, but it's likely very costly given the floodplain crossing and the topography and canyons through there. But we felt it was very important to convey this in the illustrations for that connectivity piece. Another thing to note is that there's spillover of land uses and transportation network. So these grids, or this grid as shown, and these alignments aren't necessarily aligned with parcels. It's independent of parcel ownership. We'd really want to avoid, development of this area that token stub out to an adjacent land use. And I'm sure many of us can think of one of those examples in Flagstaff where this has occurred. And we need to show these possible connections and show connectivity, what we desire, in addition to having strong language in the future specific plan to keep these opportunities possible. Next slide, please. This illustration is related to schools, and we met with FUSD and talked about what their campus needs might be based on anticipated population or rooftops. And we heard that there would be a need for 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and a service yard. And you'll see those highlighted or shown with the blue stars. We have an elementary school, middle school in the South District, and an elementary school in the North District. That yellow circle that you see around, that is a 5-minute walk circle. So that's a 1/4 mile. There's great benefit to locating schools within proximity to recreation areas for shared use. And of course, we want to locate these close to residential areas to promote walking and biking, but while also balancing the land mass that a school campus requires. And there's much plasticity in these illustrations. Based on land use and need, we have depicted the middle school on the south side of the JWP arterial. And we really need to think about that because we need to anticipate pedestrian and bicycle trips to these schools and ensure that there is a safe route. And so grade separating crossings, for example, might be a way to accomplish that safety objective. Just as a reference, I had said earlier that the study area is just over 2,000 acres. What we have shown for schools on this illustration is approximately 66 acres for K-8, or about 3% of that study area. Next slide, please. Councilmember Aslan, this is your slide related to the AZT that you brought up previously, so I'm happy to address it. The arrows and dots on this illustration represent a need and desire for connectivity throughout. These connections can take on many forms, like storefront sidewalk or regional trail, neighborhood sidewalks. There's a variety. Bikeways too, to be included for convenience and comfort. So the AZT is the lighter brown line in the center there. You can see the red dot tracing that out, and that does bisect the Arizona state land. It bisects that 405-acre parcel. What we are looking at is a possible realignment of the AZT. If you could trace that out, David, thank you. Along the Rio de Flag and along those canyons of that floodplain. And any change to that AZT, it must be an improvement. It's gotta keep that special character. It's gotta be positive, and it has to benefit the recreational user. And that's what we were thinking about when we drafted in this possible alternate alignment. We do have that flexibility to do the alignment, and I want to say that the realignment would not be at the convenience of development to go to that location. It truly is that better scenic and recreational experience. We would be looking at grade separated crossings or a grade separated crossing along that very south edge. Thank you, David. For safety and also for wildlife, I should say. Of that over 2,000 acres of study area, what we have depicted on this illustration is about 500 acres of open space, or about 23% of the study area. So that concludes the floodplain, some set aside open space. We have open space strategically located between the floodplain and then to the south to Forest Service land to be able to maintain that connectivity. Next slide, please. We call this location on that south edge the WUI launch pad location. So WUI Wildland Urban Interface. And this is a tactical location for flag fire. We've set aside about 4.5 acres in this illustration for that facility, or about 0.2% of the study area. And there may be other public safety services that could be included in that location. Next slide, please. Here we have arts and sciences and cultural. And there isn't really anything strong on this exhibit to depict a specific area, because we want to communicate how important arts and sciences are to our community and that it's integral. It's not just a dot on the map. It's part of every development, whether that be an event center, small or large art installations, murals, studios, live workspace, just to name a few. We need to create a platform and promote these opportunities. And right out of the regional plan, good urban design is one that promotes living, working, and engaging in a culturally rich community. Next, please. So quick conversation on transit. And I'd like to thank Kate Morley and the team at Mountain Line for helping with this illustration. The primary transit corridor would likely be John Wesley Powell Boulevard. Should that north connector be constructed, that's the dashed line that, if you recall from earlier, crossing the Rio towards the north, that could be a more efficient route and improve serviceability. So we wanted to depict it on here as a possibility. I mean, we could even think of it as a transit, ped, and bike connection only. And when I say serviceability, I mean that we are looking at areas where there is enough ridership to support these routes. The hubs that we have shown in the South and the North District, these would look and feel very similar to the Flagstaff Mall connection, where there are different routes that intersect, but they wouldn't be as robust as the Downtown Connection Center. Again, here are just some ideas of how transit could work for the density and intensity goals in the regional plan. Next slide, please. Here we're showing areas of mixed use and commercial. And I'd like to point out both of these offer residential opportunities. Mixed use likely leans heavier on the residential. Mixed use could look something like the project that was just approved next to Sonawa High School, or formerly Sonawa High School, at 4th and Butler. And a commercial mixed use could look a little bit more like Sawmill. Of the just over 2,000 acres, there are about 115 acres of mixed use and commercial shown on this illustration, or about 5% of the study area. Next slide, please. This illustration shows the differences in residential. We have a higher density of residential development within the activity centers, and then it decreases in density as we move closer to the canyons and Rio de Flag floodplain. You can see we've listed here the approximate dwelling units per acre to give you a sense of what that density would be with high, medium, low, and rural. There are about 1,200 acres of residential shown in this illustration, which is about 57% of our study area. Next slide, please. I call this one the original Crayola box illustration. And here we show the compiled land uses. And all of these colors correspond to the tables that follow. Next slide, please. So you'll see in this table, we have total high range yield. And these are based on the regional plan and zoning ordinance. And Sarah, if I could, I'd like to ask you to speak about the details of the density and the yield on this slide.
I would be happy to. So the way this table was developed was we took the regional plan future growth illustration has an underlying land use model that was created concurrent to the draft regional plan. We updated it after the plan was final, and then we've updated it a few times for high occupancy housing, changes in the development pattern in the community, and sort of other issues going on. We use this model when evaluating our 100-year water supply. We used it in estimating the 2040 future trip generation for the Milton and 180 corridor. And in this case, we gave our table and rough estimates, really rougher than what you're seeing here even, of future land uses of different densities, intensities, and mix of uses to the consultant SWABAC. And they compiled them and adjusted them a little and generated these tables, which don't have exactly the same categories as the regional plan one, but correspond generally to the kind of different widgets or chips that you could put on the land use table. If you go back to when we were playing charrette games with the regional plan development, and have been laid out to kind of do our testing of assumptions for this area, which is why they have a low range and a high range, and also, you know, locationally try and cluster higher density mix of uses together per our policies on activity centers. Any questions about that?
As we look to the next slide, and that complements that table. The next slide is a breakdown of the density and intensity by district. We have the North District and the South District. You know, these sum to the table that you saw previously. And what you'll see when we look at the district is that the total residential yields are similar between them, but where we see the differences are in commercial yields, which really reflect the differences between those two urban centers that we had illustrated. Next slide, please. All right. So I'm going to turn it back over to David on this slide, talk about next steps. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, this is David. As it's easier to conceptualize this presentation and this project if you envision a very large puzzle. And we are working on one piece of that puzzle here in phase one, conducting the focused public involvement component that we had mentioned earlier, engaging those property owners that are along the corridor early in the process, and really proud of the team and staff to be able to have that integration with planning at this stage before we get to phase two, and having that focused public involvement before phase two as well. And then as part of phase one, we also were going to refine this land use framework that we just discussed today, and just understanding that this is not a decision, but it's more of an application of a set of assumptions. So this is a plastic malleable model that we're looking at, and that's why we're presenting it today, so that we can get feedback from the council on direction and insight that the council has. Part of the facet of phase one is also completing the 30% design. So it's not even the final design of the project. It's only 30% of the design. And why that's critical is 30% design allows us to have what's called an EOPCC, or an engineer's opinion of probable cost. So we'll have some idea roughly of what this infrastructure might cost connecting the existing John Wesley Powell up to Butler. And then that really will conclude phase one, which will be around the end of late spring 2021, when it will begin to phase into phase two, which I'll let Sarah indulge a little bit more into phase two in that transition.
Thank you, David. So phase two is when we really will begin having kind of more of the traditional community planning conversations of taking out these first set of refined assumptions and letting people give us feedback. That is not what I want to see, that I want to see more of this. Why would we want this versus this? What are our climate change goals? How does this help us meet them or hurt them? Or what are the intentions of the property owners? That's another conversation we'll have. A good example is NAU does not have any particular plans that we are aware of for the property they own in the southeast portion of this area. But if those plans were to do something like build a large campus facility, having rural residential adjacent to it might not be the appropriate land use in terms of providing a transition that protects the rural area. So we need to go have these conversations in much more detail. From those, what we hope to do is have a specific plan that outlines the public infrastructure and facilities that will be needed within this area and provides a framework for addressing them as development proposals for these larger properties come forward. So their proportionate share of expenses and public improvements can be assessed, and their ability to meet our regional plan goals and policies can be assessed more consistently across these scenarios. Another good example of that is that the current zoning codes resource protection overlay is done property by property. I think when you looked at the natural resources map, you can see that some properties in this area have more higher value natural resources on them than others. And so we may need to think, how would we let somebody contribute more of their space and maybe trade things or change the requirements so we can achieve at the landscape scale the kind of resource protection we want, as opposed to working parcel by parcel. So those are the kinds of things phase two will address, that we needed these basic assumptions to be better understood in order to move forward with those conversations. So those are just two examples. There's actually quite a few in here that we'll want to engage the community and the council, future council members, and the property owners on. I think with that, Julie, do you have any final thoughts before we move on?
Thank you, Sarah. I believe that wraps that up, and we would like to open it up. We welcome your comments and questions and thoughts.
Okay, council. I'm going to go back to Mr. Aslan and then move forward to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, one thought I have in particular, maybe you guys will be interested to know, is I'm really excited about your proposal for the realignment of the AZT through that area. I think that sounds like a nice solution, and I think that would improve the amenity going through there. I would hate to lose that corridor entirely and have to reroute the AZT somewhere else for multiple reasons, which I won't bore you with, but that sounds really nice. And, you know, if I was dictator, I'd probably keep all this area forest, but I realize that's not going to happen. And Flagstaff is going to grow, and this feels like an appropriate place for Flagstaff to do some more growth. I hope we can continue to maintain our city character through this whole process. And part of that, you know, one of the things that I just appreciate most about Flagstaff is that wherever you are, you can't really see the city through the trees. Even when you're up on that interchange between I-40 and I-17, and you're looking out at the vast, you know, landscape of Flagstaff, you don't really see a city there. It's hard to imagine just passing through how 75,000 people can live here, and how that number might double in our lifetimes and more. And if we can maintain as much of that forest as possible, and I know we have rules in place to do just that, then I think this kind of growth can become a real asset for our town. And while I finish up rambling here, one last thing I'd like to say that's just a personal opinion, really. You were talking about the grid formation versus loops and lollipops, I think. I'm really personally not interested in grids and right angles. You know, I live here in Ponderosa Trails, and there's not a lot of right angles in this neighborhood, and I think it helps to make this neighborhood very interesting. It has sort of a labyrinth feel to it as you're going through it, and really appreciate that aesthetic. And while I think as a commuter, it's low-hanging fruit to complain about how hard it is to get from one end of town to the other, I think that's one of the things that gives our community its character, and it keeps us from looking like other larger cities. So I don't know what that's worth, but if you're taking notes, bear that in mind, and I will yield the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Sarah and David. Great presentation. Very exciting to see the progress on this parcel and this future community extension of Flagstaff. You know, I think to myself, you know, in creating this with you all, how can we best create this to meet the needs of our community, the climate action plan, and be part of the larger system in the connectivity, and it's, you know, so we're not just sprawling, but we're keeping in mind that the density both on the site of the project, as I think you all did well, but then also to the relationship to the larger community and how it plays into that. You know, it'd be great to figure out how to just best set this up, which maybe we're on track to doing, but, you know, just this is such a great opportunity to just do it right the first time and create something beautiful with this parcel. But I like the plans. I like to see us do everything we can to enhance public transportation. I like the routes that you mentioned, especially the ones for pedestrian only transportation. I thought that was really great. And I might have missed this, but can you talk to parks and fields and, you know, court access, you know, things like soccer, pickleball, all the other sport needs we have? You know, is there a way are we integrating that into the plans?
Vice Mayor Shimoni, yes, we have had great conversations with city staff related to parks, open space, and recreation, and the needs, and that has gone into the consideration and these illustrations and framework, and we will be developing that further as we move forward.
Great. Okay, that's right. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you so much for clearing up the maps in a beautiful way and orienting all of us so we knew where we were at. I really appreciate that. I appreciate all your work that you've put into this. And you know, as I reflect, two things come to mind. Where is our attainable workforce housing? What does this mean to that? I love to hear about that our recreational facilities and courts and fields have been considered, but I'd like to hear more about your thoughts on increasing inventory so we can have homes that are affordable to the individuals that live and work here.
Councilmember Whelan, this is Sarah Doctor. I have good news and bad news on that front. One is that some parcels within this area have already been dedicated to the city for affordable housing. There's one parcel off of John Wesley Powell near Lone Tree that was dedicated to the city as part of the Pine Canyon development. And there's another area within the Canyon del Rio development that's dedicated for affordable housing. The bad news is that the infrastructure in this area, due to the terrain and our overall objectives on quality of life and climate change and other things, is very, very expensive. I don't think we could rely that the market will provide a lot of affordable housing in this area due to the infrastructure costs that developers will have to contribute proportional shares to in order to achieve this. Now, it may be housing that's similar to the market cost we have today, but that's hardly affordable. So I hope that council, though we can't require affordable housing, will continue to encourage affordable housing contributions and to ask the question as the rezoning cases we will see in the future in this area come forward on how affordable housing can be a part of those developments. And we can add some goals and policies into the area plan to help support that, which of course we'll work on with the community and council as we get into phase 2.
Well, thank you, Sarah. I didn't like to hear all of that, but you know, we are looking at a housing crisis, and if priorities are set that housing is the focus, and I get that what is it, 64 acres off of J.W. Powell is available to build, but we keep on hearing that it's too expensive, the infrastructure. You know, we just slid a bridge into place. I mean, this is all doable things. And I truly believe it's time that we all just make the decision that we have got to focus and move forward and get out of this crisis. So I understand what you're saying, and I love the good news. I just would like to change the not so good news. And the next piece that I just want to point out, you know, one of the pieces of bringing this up and looking at this was a discussion that we had way back when, and that was about prioritizing. What are the benefits of opening J.W. Powell versus looking at the Lone Tree project and the bridge over Route 66. And to me, when I sit back and I take in this presentation, even though I consider that it does not have 27 acres. Boy, that's getting smaller, Sarah Dar. is the benefits that I see in working on this J.W. Powell, and now that the state lands have been sold, and if you look up symmetry, you can see what type of developments we probably will have in that area. I just see much more benefits: alleviate traffic, direct routes for transit, opening up some acres for affordable housing, rather than building a bridge from Lone Tree, which connects to, what's that road that goes past, what is that road that you turn off of Austin from your house? Goes out to the lake.
Are you talking about South Lake Mary?
Thank you, Lake Mary. Yeah. So the only thing that feeds Lone Tree right now is Lake Mary Road. And then when we look at this J.W. Powell and the options of where that would be fed from, it just seems to me that this would be the priority when we look at our capital improvement plan. And I know I get a lot of pushback from that, but I'd like council to also keep that in their back of the mind when they're considering these things. So again, thank you so much. Thank you for the orientation of the maps and the information that was on them, and I appreciate your work.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First I want to take this moment to commend staff and the consultant for an excellent job presenting this first part of stage 1 or phase 1 of J.W. Powell plan. Thank you. I am curious if, and I do appreciate Councilmember Willen's perspective on the need to find more spaces for affordable housing. But looking at this map right now, a lot of the properties within the study zone are owned by other owners privately. So, but that doesn't prevent us from hoping, to get more affordable housing spots in this study. But this is the big picture moving forward. I'm curious how I remember in our budget, we have approved a preliminary engineering study on the J.W. Powell extension. How does that study interfaces with this study? That's my first question.
Staff?
I'll take a shot at that. This is Dan Folk. I think perhaps this is the study that was funded.
That's
I guess
correct.
I'm not aware what the other line item would be. You're referring to Councilmember Salas.
Okay, so because that study is also in stipulated in the blueprint, the transportation plan. Is it blueprint 2030 or something 2040? The plan that's had blueprint in it. So this is
that. I think the blueprint plan is the Metro Plan, Regional Transportation Plan.
yes, and J.W. Powell Extension is part of it. And the city for this fiscal year has allocated funding for an initial engineering study for J.W. Powell Extension. So is this it? Is this the study
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so. I believe Metro Plan is showing our local dollars doing this transportation planning in their blueprint document.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. The other thing I'm curious about, if there's any overlay of an opportunity zone in the study boundaries.
Councilmember Salas, this entire area is in the opportunity zone that was designated by the state.
Wow.
I think maybe some portion of the northeast corner is not, but the vast majority of it is. We should probably prepare a map that shows that at some point. It's a good suggestion.
Wow, yeah, I'm enthused to see that overlay for an opportunity zone, because moving forward, this will be a major economic activity area and if it has an opportunity zone overlay, it can invite more investment for low impact, high paying jobs, and also investments for well, if you recall, opportunity zones it's the federal program that pretty much gives a tax holiday to investors who invest and build businesses in opportunity zones. So, well, I'm looking forward to the next update, and I'm also looking forward to hear about the community engagement and stakeholder engagement in the future. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one concern I have is the city's going to put a lot of money into infrastructure in this area. And a lot of this is very low density, 1 house per acre or something. And I understand that, we can't dictate every little detail to what a property owner wants to do. But if we end up with no or very little housing available for what I would call middle America, that concerns me. I mean, we've talked about affordable housing, but, what about workforce or middle America housing? And I think that we should keep that in mind as we go through this plan. I'm very concerned that some of it is very, very low density. And, the cost of housing is associated with the land value and the infrastructure cost. And I'm concerned. Thank you.
I wanted to weigh in on the conversation. So first of all, I just want to say that I think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for our city to have this many acres of undeveloped land and to be able to sit back and consider the possibilities of the area. Without a doubt, there are different landowners involved, but I really think this comes down to council making a conscious decision as to how we would maximize this land use for this area and for our city, and what is the highest and best use of the property in this area. I think this gives council the opportunity to sit back and look at the regional plan in its entirety and how it was written, and actually apply it to an area that, quite frankly, does not currently have a NIMBY issue, right? Because there's nothing there. There's different landowners, yes, but there is nobody that is currently living really in this area that would pose the NIMBY issue that we see a lot of when we talk about applying the regional plan in different segments of it in other parts of town. I do think that one of the things that council said when we were talking about the alignment of JW Powell had to do with the opening up or the potential, because we would be opening up an area that was undeveloped and that was inaccessible. Now with the alignment of JW Powell, that is possible. You know, when we talk about affordable housing, you know, currently right now, according to the Econa study, which is a couple of years old, but we had 6,000 housing units that we were short. And that was part of the issue when it comes to affordable housing in our city. It's supply versus demand. If you look at the highest yield in this particular area, that slide that staff showed, there was the potential to have over 7,000 housing units. You know, if we currently had 7,000 housing units right now, we would be able to address the issue of affordability, because affordability is driven by the market. The reason why we have a major issue right now is because there is no housing. And so if we were able to get more of a parity between the need for houses and the houses that were available, that would actually help with some of this affordable housing crisis that we are going through. So I think as the council moves forward with this, you can maximize the land use, or you can put the most appropriate land use through the rezoning process. And that means sitting down and talking with developers as to how they could best maximize their property and what would be the best use for the property. You know, Mr. McCarthy mentioned that right now you could actually put up estate homes in that area and not get the amount of houses that we really need to get out of this area. But that also comes down to council and the zoning code and what we ask for during the extraction process, right? You know, I'm very excited that staff figured out a different alignment for the Arizona Trail, because the last time we had this conversation, it was not that long ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was the conversation about the Arizona Trail and making the Arizona Trail wider and putting more stuff in it. And by the time you really looked at what was going on, about 1/3 of that particular parcel probably would have ended up undeveloped. And that would have caused the developer to perhaps look at a different use for that property rather than maybe what it is that we want for them to do. So those are just some of the ideas that I have. I do think this is a unique opportunity for our city because of the fact it's undeveloped. And we do get to sit back and say, what is the best use and what is the best plan for this area, and actually do it right, rather than the way it's being done now, where some people do not want to go through the rezoning process. So they either build by right or they avoid the incentives that we offer, and we end up with developments that really don't work for our city. So those are just some, I have one more thought. I do understand that, you know, there is a light for the loops. I think that's what it was called. I want to point out though, you know, Sunnyside is one of the few traditional neighborhoods, and it was built on a grid, and it allows for people to move in a certain way. It allows for access to stores, shopping, employment, and things like that. So I want to just mention that while it might be more appropriate for some of the more suburban neighborhoods to be on that loop type of a thing, you know, there is value in going back and building things according to traditional neighborhoods that naturally allow for the things that our zoning code is trying to force people to do, this mixed use neighborhood style. You know, we're trying to force people to use that particular style, and it's not exactly working right. So we might want to look at what a traditional neighborhood looks like and why it's laid out in such a way, and see if that's a better way of promoting that particular style. So those are my thoughts and comments on this. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the slide that shows the different owners of the different parcels of land? Mayor, when you were talking, I mean, that's what I was thinking too, you know, throughout this whole conversation is kind of like what council's discussing in regards to the housing need and what the potential with this is. But I guess the reality of that, the fact that these are all partners in our community, but nothing that we own. So are you saying that we should basically, you know, the future council should sit down with staff, with the owners of these parcels, discuss their intentions, discuss what we, how our thoughts and plans and hopes kind of might be able to align with what they would like to do, and kind of collaborate with them. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, and really, when you look at this particular sheet, right, without a doubt, you could put up estate homes in that area. But I think that most developers are trying to maximize their profit. In order to maximize their profit, building more homes might help further that. So if we were to sit down and help, quite frankly, create the neighborhood plan or the area plan with those individuals to give them the ability to talk about what they would like to see. I think a lot of times we look at developers and we're like, you're just trying to make money, and it's an opposition. What I'm saying now is that if we actually sat down with them, the landowners, and said, hey, we'd actually like to help you maximize your investment, because we think by helping you maximize your investment, we can maximize the amount of housing units that we get, and we can do it in such a way that we're mindful of the character that Mr. Aslan talked about the fact that we have a town of 75,000 people, but it doesn't really seem like it. It seems like a small town. I think that if you try to do a just discussion with the community, and then you come to the zoning, or you come to the rezoning, sometimes people choose to go with their underlying zoning because they don't feel heard, because they feel it's a hassle, or because it ends up costing them more money. And so they just take the easy route and they just build according to their zoning. I really think that council really should step back and say, we have approximately, 7,000 acres, 3,000 acres that has not been developed, that doesn't have a NIMBY issue right now. And what would it look like if we actually did a process where we brought all those landowners? They're currently engaged right now because we're talking about the road. And then we brought in the community and we all sat around the table and said, how can we address the needs of housing that we have? How can we address your need to make money on your investment? And how can we make this a new neighborhood or a new area town that fits?
Yep, I love it. And I think that's a great idea. And so to Sarah and team, I wonder how we can integrate that in our community outreach in those conversations, because our front door program has over 600 people on that list looking to get into housing. I know at the city with Sarah, I think we have 2,000 people on a list to get into affordable housing, I believe it is. And this really is an opportunity, Mayor, and I 100% agree with you. And so, Sarah, is there a way to maybe integrate those questions into the community gatherings that we're already putting on?
Vice Mayor Shimoni, yes, I think those are questions we will be discussing in the broad public engagement, and setting those expectations as Mayor Evans has just said, that council is expecting when you come forward with a rezoning that you be addressing these things clearly. Is, just having this conversation is a good way for staff to be able to communicate back to the property owners how we can get on the same page about those expectations associated with the future of this area. Any clarity we can add to it through both the public engagement and these work sessions, of which I'm sure we will have a few over the next few years as we're working on this, are incredibly helpful to that end.
And so what I'm hearing the mayor say, Mayor, really quick, is just not just waiting for them to come to us for a rezone, but proactively, communicating and partnering with them to see if we can really kind of solidify that partnership in our, to best leverage the plan. Right, Mayor?
Yeah, so like I'm saying, I think this is the first time in 12 years I know that I have seen 2,165 acres that are undeveloped, a plan for that, or a conversation of a plan. I'm not sure how many more times in the history of Flagstaff we're going to see this type of opportunity. What I'm saying is, rather than wait for them to show up and say, hey, we talked about this, and this is what we expect to see from you, we should literally see if all the people on this slide want to get on a Zoom or get in a big spacious room and say, council has a vision, and this is the vision. You guys own the property. What would it take for you all to get to this vision, right? The community would like to see these aspects within this vision. What would it take to get you there? Do we currently have the zoning that they need? Does there need to be a change in zoning? You know, what would the extractions look like? Would we actually have to extract? You know, that's what I'm talking about. Not necessarily going through the usual way of doing things, because what seems to happen is we go down the usual way of doing things, and sometimes people default to the easier way of doing things because it seems complicated. And I think this time we have the ability to put everybody in the same room and say, we understand you need to maximize your profit, but we also have these needs. What ideas do you have to help us get there?
And Mayor, I just want to throw this in there. Something I've been thinking about recently is not just doing that with these owners, which I think is a great place to start, but with every developer and every project that is coming to the city and through the city. We need to be sitting down with them more proactively, working towards those goals, and maybe, you know, having counsel. And I don't know. We can talk about this more offline, but I just see there to be an opportunity, and especially here, but across the city too, to better collaborate. Thank you.
And I see the next steps. I guess what I'm saying is the tailored conversations with property owners ought to be in the first stage. They should be part of that.
I'd agree, Mayor.
Mayor Evans?
Yes.
This is David. And I was going to comment that part of phase one that we will be working on, actually, we'll be doing that public involvement with the parcel owners along that corridor. But one of the aspects of that is actually it will be an individual meeting with the larger property owners, larger than approximately 10 acres. And then a corporate meeting with all the smaller property owners in that area to really have the flavor of what their vision is for their property colloquially as a community of multitude of small parcel owners, but more also as equally as important is the larger property owners in that area too, and what they envision there. And that's really the beauty of having this discussion before that public input has taken place, so that we can take the concerns and the thoughts and the input from council to integrate that into this focused public involvement that's just about to take place here in the coming months. So it's really, really advantageous to be able to have that discussion now. Does that help to answer your question, Mayor and Vice Mayor Shimoni?
I guess I don't really have a question. I think I'm just suggesting that the sheet that we just saw that had the maximum use, if that is something that this council, some future council is interested in, I think having a sit-down conversation with all of the people that own property in that area and saying, this is what council would like to see, this is what the community needs, what do you guys need to help us get to that vision? Step by step. If you were to have the ability to do that, how could you guys help us achieve this need in this area? And if that is somewhere on one of these slides, then I think that that's great. But I think if we wait till they come forward with a rezoning to have that conversation, then we waited too late. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, exactly. I agree. And my comment was, when you look at the map that showed the different partners and that 27 city parcel piece for affordable housing, I mean, honestly, it kind of sickens me to a degree, thinking that we're going to just put a bunch of affordable housing in that 27-acre parcel in that corner, all clumped together, right? I think we all agree that we need to integrate housing into the whole community and sprinkle it in. So, City Manager, I'm interested in kind of seeing this map with the future plans that was discussed, but through the lens of what that dream project or plan would look like that we're talking about tonight in terms of meeting the needs of our workforce housing and also some of our lower AMI housing resident needs that we also got in that recent CCR from Sarah and Devana and others. I just think that, like Mayor said, this is such an incredible opportunity, and I don't want us to fall behind on this and really lead through that vision. And if there's anything that I can do or council members can do, David, Sarah, to meet with these owners or come to these Zoom calls, like the mayor said, and help share that vision and kind of help present that and make that that sale in a sense. I'm happy to, of course, and I'm also happy just to sit back and support however so. But I think we can really move the needle on this topic with this project, and I just don't want to see us get behind on that. But I'll leave it there. Thank you all for letting me speak and hearing me out.
Council, is there anything else on this topic? Okay. Thank you so much, staff, for an awesome presentation.
Thank you for your time.
We are getting ready to talk about the Real to Flag. We're on item number 10. This is a Real to Flag flood control project update.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of council. This is Trevor Henry, Capital Improvements Program Project Manager. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent, thank you. So the Rio de Flag project team is pleased to provide for you this month's update for the flood control project. The update will be a team approach like we've done in the past few months. This project update will focus on the Army Corps of Engineers, project design, real estate, BNSF Railway, and public involvement. I'll provide the update for the Army Corps and the project design. Bryce Doty, Real Estate Manager, will cover the update on real estate. Christine Cameron, Project Manager, will cover the update for BNSF Railway and the public involvement. This update will concentrate on matters of the project since September 15th when we were before you. Army Corps of Engineers. They are still considering their agency technical submittal. The Army Corps is responsible for that project design. The city is making every effort to coordinate the review with our project stakeholders. The Army Corps has indicated the next submittal will be released for review in October. I know we have a week or so before we get to the end of October, but we are talking and communicating with the Army Corps on when that next submittal will be released. The city and the Army Corps continue to pursue a project schedule. There are certification guidelines that need to be considered as outlined in the Army Corps' regulations. As we have stated before, the contract award for Phase 1 will be made in 2021. On October 6th, the city, the Army Corps, and BNSF participated in a joint project leadership meeting. Later in this project update, there will be more information on the meeting and the discussion items. But the project team, all three agencies, have agreed to future joint meetings that we want to have a regular discussion as we move the project forward. Let's talk about the project design. The Army Corps, again, is reviewing the design with the city and the stakeholders. And we have been told that the next submittal will be coming in October. So again, we've been talking with them. This is what they are telling us, and this is what we are working towards. The Army Corps is anticipating having the design completion by the end of this calendar year. The city and our design engineer are working with Arizona Department of Transportation. A resubmittal of the project review was made on October 16th. The resubmittal provided a response to ADOT's comments when they reviewed the project design. At this time, the city's design team and staff are just waiting on feedback from ADOT. The city's design team has been coordinating with BNSF on the relocation of utilities across or near their right-of-way. The intent is to ensure all utilities that need adjustment adhere to BNSF's policy. So again, we're working with both ADOT and BNSF on the utilities. At this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Bryce.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. During the September update, I identified the need to produce segment maps and a tract register. Since then, we've actually gone through 4 different revisions with the Army Corps and through our consultants, SWI. This process has primarily been a process of the city and the Army Corps and SWI. But as of last Monday, not this Monday, but the last, we actually brought in the construction design firm to harmonize our segment maps with the construction design firm maps to make sure that we are identifying every single piece of acquisition that we need to make for the project. The next meeting with all of these firms and entities is scheduled for next Tuesday. And so once we complete this step, then we can go on and actually move forward with the acquisitions of real estate. And the next step in that is to receive appraisals on these properties. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Christine Cameron, Project Manager. As Trevor said, on October 6th, the city had a meeting with BNSF and the Army Corps to discuss the undercrossing alternatives for the Rio Channel that will be built under the tracks to the south of City Hall. With the constructability issues and limited availability of track windows, it was determined that we would move forward with investigation of the tunneling option, which does not require a significant track closure for the railway. In simple terms, this option will jack pipes under the railroad in an arch or box structure. Those pipes would be stabilized and provide the area inside the arch for excavated tunnel that the Rio would be run through. The Army Corps is working on putting some costs for design of the tunneling together, and we hope to learn more about their findings next week. BNSF also started the discussion on mitigation measures on the October 6th meeting that the project needs to address for final approval. This is a very large milestone for the project and the team. It's a discussion that we've been waiting for a long time to get to as we develop the engineering plans. Some of their general items they outlined are compensation for property rights, minimizing the impact to their existing facilities like their siding tracks, and providing monitoring and protection of active tracks during the tunneling activity. We do have a follow-up meeting scheduled next week on November 3rd, where BNSF staff will be presenting more details to these mitigation requirements. These are items that will go into the construction and maintenance agreement as they are agreed upon and approved. Slide, please. We've also had some recent activity with our public involvement. On October 1, city staff and our local consultant SWI led a field exercise for the Navajo Drive property owners that are in the upper reach in the floodwall section. We met with the owners and staked the floodwall location roughly every 100 feet, and we showed them with a measured survey rod how high the final ground grade was going to be and the final height of the new wall structure. That group was very pleased to see this with their own eyes and understand how the wall height compared with their properties and fences. And in general, the exposed height of the wall will rise approximately 4 to 6 feet, depending on the location that you're in, above the final grade, and it will not be taller than the adjacent back fences that are around 6 foot high on the property owner side. They do still have concerns about the project. They would like us to make every effort to retain as many existing trees and plantings as we can and be mindful of what new plantings are included with the project. They have concerns that the Army Corps may not be sensitive to the community when they are constructing the project, and we talked about city staff involvement during that phase. And they also have concerns about securing the area between the new wall and their property fences, and we are investigating options with the Corps on that item. The other item we've been working on for the public are the project renderings with SWI and Norris Design. In the past, in this project, we have described to the public, what it's going to look like verbally or through engineering plans or cross sections. That approach has never been adequate to give a really good visual of what the improvements will look like to our citizens. Norris developed exhibits on all 3 reaches, and they show the proposed alignment and some computer-generated renderings that demonstrate before and after conditions. So Trevor, I'll go ahead and take the screen and walk through those now. Okay. So I'll go slow through these, so please stop me along the way for questions. We might want to go back and forth and look at different aspects. These are new to us, and every time we look at them, we find something else that we would like to tweak. So please let me know if you see something that you have a question about or doesn't look quite right. So again, Norris Design tackled each reach individually and did kind of an overall section. This is the floodwall reach, which is the northernmost part of the project. You see Thorpe Road on the south and Beale Road on the north of the main floodwall section with the Little League Park on the left-hand side. And then we have residences lining the right-hand side of the alignment. And on the bottom left, you'll see a little description about where we are and what the exhibit shows. This is, again, we try to represent the existing playset that's in the Little League Park there. And so this is about midway through the area in between Thorpe and Beale, and it provides you a cross section where you can see the improved channel that has been regraded and cleared of some of the vegetation. The vegetation on the left-hand side of the channel is retained, and again, we're going to try to save as much of that as we can. The flood wall height varies. You'll see labels here, 4 to 6 feet in this area, and it shows some of the existing homes on Coconino, and then the existing Foots Trail on the left-hand side. And so this flood wall has a footing structure and a vertical flood wall. And there is some fill above the footer, approximately 1 to 2 feet up the wall. And then that 4 to 6 feet is what you see that will be exposed. And I can't see the chat, so please just call out. So again, this is the flood wall reach, and we're looking south this time towards Thorpe. This is just an existing drone photo that our staff took. So this is the next slide is the proposed improvements. And this is a slide that we've gotten some comments on, and I think it's the perspective of the slope on the flood wall side makes the flood wall look a little bit more prominent than the houses and the adjacent properties. But again, I think that's just a visual, and we're still looking at a normal slope and then the 4 to 6 foot of the exposed wall. This is looking north on the Foots Trail, and this is existing conditions. And again, you see the channel improvements on the left with the flood wall installed. And this is right above Thorpe. So you see the existing conditions and then the proposed construction of the flood wall. And this shows more of the landscaped area as we approach Thorpe and we get kind of a wider section of the channel here. So moving on to the upper reach, a little bit further south of the flood wall, we're going to go from Francis Short Pond on the left down through past City Hall and into the Phoenix parking lot. So this is an area that depicts right next to Elm Avenue. And this shows a section of our composite channel where we've designed a surface channel for low flow on the surface where people can, walk along and enjoy, the Rio. And then the proposed box culvert that holds the 100-year flood underneath the surface. So again, composite both of the channels together. And we have our urban trail with foot fencing, a stacked rock wall. The size of the box culvert is about 16 by 11 in this section. And moving on, this is a little bit further south, maybe around Cherry or Dale. Again, this is the composite channel section with the foots trail. You see the houses are much closer, the property lines are much closer. The box again is 16 by 11 in this area. One thing I would like council, mayor and council to kind of remember from this slide is the width of the improvement area here is approximately 40 foot. It's very tight through this area. And you'll see as we hit the lower reach that it widens out. And that is kind of the comparison in between the fully open channel concept and the composite or the closed channel concept, and how in this reach, the composite channel retains the property rights on both sides of this channel. This is up near Bonito, and our community garden is on the left-hand side of the screen. So this is existing conditions. And these are the proposed conditions. And the city has hired Shepherd Westnitzer and Natural Channel Designs and Norris to actually do the channel design for the surface and the landscaping for the surface in this area. So this is a portion of the project that we took out of the Army Corps scope. So we would have more control with the community to kind of design what the meandering channel look like, what the foots trail look like, and what these plantings look like. So this is also an area that we want public input on. These items will be put on the website, and I think I'm seeing them, we're all seeing them in a way that we haven't been able to see them before. And so we want to, just gather all comments, good, bad, or otherwise, things that they would like to see in the future. That would be great. So this is the area by our main library and City Hall. Again, an existing condition. And this is the future channel improvements. And we are still in the composite channel reach here. So there will be surface flow. And we do have a foots trail on the left-hand side of the channel that will continue on and go underneath Route 66 and to the other side of the roadway. One thing we have not determined on is how it gets either underneath the railroad or to the south side, either to the east or to the west from here, once it crosses underneath Route 66. So this is the lower reach improvements area along the BNSF parcels. So we have City Hall on the left, and then the Butler Tunnel on the far right. And this is a typical section where we have, the open channel. And this is a fully open channel with no box underneath. And so again, if you think back to where we were in the upper reach, where we had a 40-foot corridor, that we tried to restrain to keep properties whole, the width of this improvement is probably about 70 to 80 feet from the V-ditch to this area here. It's very wide. And you'll see that in future renderings where it looks a lot larger. And we do have a maintenance road on the left-hand side for maintenance access. This is an existing photo, and right to our left is the Greyhound bus station on Butler, just to orient you. And these are the proposed conditions. And again, you see the open channel without a box to convey the 100-year flood event gets to be a very large, structure, very large open channel. And this is looking east, and the drone is right over the BNSF maintenance yard. And this structure here is Arizona Materials. And this is where the Lone Tree Overpass will cross over the railroad tracks and hook up with Route 66. And again, we see the proposed improvements. So last, we have the Clay Avenue wash area. One thing I wanted to point out is we have a above ground channel here that's in a concrete structure, and this is the only place on the project that we have this feature. And you'll see a picture of that in a moment. And then otherwise it goes underground, fully underground, to 5 Points, and then to Phoenix parking lot down Mike's Pike. So again, this is your open channel, concrete line channel. It's about 14 foot wide by 6 foot high. It does have a maintenance road associated with it. And it has security chain link fence on both sides for security. And this is one of the value engineering efforts, was to leave the channel open and on the surface. So this you see the field condition of where this is going to be placed. This is the Mill Pond residential development. And then you see the proposed improvements. So this is my last slide. And I could turn this back over. Let me see. I was cautioned about running the video, but I did want to try this for council. And this is just a compilation of all of the slides that you've seen put into an animation. Okay. I'm going to hand this back over to Mr. Henry, and he is going to talk to you a little bit about the virtual meeting room.
That was last video.
Yeah, that went very well. Thank you, Christine. So one of the other items that we have been working on is a virtual meeting room. And so we have talked with our consultant that helped us with the renderings and with the video. And they were able to establish a web-based meeting application to which users through the internet can view and look at information. So I'm going to get there now. So this is the beginning screen of what we're calling a virtual meeting room, but it's also known as a virtual open house. So this is a URL that was developed, created by Norris Design. And if you look in the address bar up above, it has their information and it has the Rio de Flag flood control project. So when you enter the room or this open house, you'll have the ability to sign in. So when you sign in, you'll be able to get your name registered with information, address, if you'd like, and information on the project. When we release it, we will use this information to convey updates, essentially. We also have a project summary, which just kind of gives information on the Rio de Flag and where we are. We are going to continue to modify, edit, and add information as we go forward, but this is the beginning of our virtual meeting room. And if you look kind of in this area here, it gives you instructions on how to navigate through the virtual meeting room. And in the very upper right-hand corner is just the layout of the meeting room. It just kind of shows sections. So this meeting room is based upon stations. So you can go through and view each station. So each station will have information that we can post or that we can add to this virtual meeting room. So let's go into the meeting room. So entering station 1, the trick or the secret here is with your mouse or whatever application you have to move around, cursor, is hold the left button down and you'll be able to pan through the room. And it's basically just looking around, seeing what stations there are. There's things in the background that you can look at. And it just kind of shows what you might see if we actually had an open house, to where you would walk in, see easels, see information that we're conveying for that particular public meeting. So at this time, we have at each station the renderings that Christine went through. So that's there. You can just click on them. For instance, this is Clay Avenue Wash. Click on that. You're at this station now, and then you can actually go in and zoom and look at this particular cross section or typical section. And you can just view it, look at it, you can enlarge it, you can make it a full screen to get a better look at it. And if you go all the way out, again, left button on your mouse, and you can keep moving around. Here is the video that Christine showed. If we were to click on that, you'll be able to view the video however you'd like.
That guy is very happy.
He likes the Rio de Flag, just like all of us.
He's excited.
And then at one of the stations, which we are listing as 6, if you jump to this one, we have our frequently asked questions. So there's a link for this, and it's a document that we had posted quite a while ago, and we've just been listing information, questions that we have been receiving, and just run through any question that was asked. We've we've posted it. And then the very last thing is we have a comment form for this meeting room, this virtual open house that you can click on. The citizen, whoever wants to view this, can click in, add comments, and just go through and do whatever information they want to ask, if they have a question or if they have a comment. And one of the items that Christine had mentioned when she was showing the exhibits is we have the composite channel plans. And right now we have them as a preliminary set. And this is in station 2. So if you click on the composite channel preliminary plans, it'll show you what we have currently. And again, this is where we want the public, the citizens, anybody who is interested in this composite section to look at, to view, and to make comments, and to give us their thoughts, whatever we need to do to either meander the foots trail, add additional plantings, whatever comments they have. This is the area that we can do that. And our plan, beginning tonight, hopefully staff is still available from Stormwater. I'm going to send this link to them, and they will be able to post it in the city's Stormwater section, Rio de Flag webpage site. So once that is posted, this link will be live and anybody can view it. You can view it at any time, 10 p.m. at night, 5 a.m. in the morning, whenever you'd like. You can view it at your convenience. So with that, we just wanted to conclude our presentation, and we appreciate council, your time, and staff, and Christine and Brett for helping out on everything that we've been doing, Bryce providing information. So we appreciate that. And if there are any questions, the team is here to answer.
We're going to start with the Vice Mayor, followed by Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Trevor and Mr. Dilly, Deputy City Manager Dilly. I fully agree with you. This virtual town hall is a whole next level of engagement and opportunity for just rethinking the way we engage with the public. And I know this concerns in the first place of access to technology for individuals in our community, but for those who do have that access, this is such an interesting way. Trevor, who's putting on this virtual town hall? What software are we using to do this? And is there a cost associated with it?
Vice Mayor, yes, we used our consultant that created the renderings. Their name is Norris Design, and they are a sub-consultant to Shepard Wesnitzer, SWI, and so they've been able to help us with that. There was a cost for them to create everything that you have seen tonight, and we are working through that. That is a cost that the project will fund.
Okay, yeah, I'd be curious as to the cost, and I'm just curious because I just see that as being such a helpful tool, and I can see that being really user-friendly and fun to engage with. And just like that gentleman in the graphic, people will be stoked about this. Trevor, are we translating any of this to Spanish?
Yeah, we definitely can do interpretations. We can do translations. Whatever we need to do, we can aim, and we can talk with our sub-consultant. We can talk with SWI and see how that can be made. Great, that'd be excellent. I think that'd be very helpful. And then my last thought was, in that opening, when someone enters this, it'd be really, I don't know if this is just the icing on the cake, but it'd be great if there was like a 40-second introductory video of someone speaking, welcoming them to the town hall and just giving them the quick lay of the land and the overview of the space.
And then if we did one in English and in Spanish, that'd be really cool. Or just have one in English with the subtitles. Just a couple thoughts if we were to actually pursue that idea. But I think that would really help communicate what that room is, and for someone who's never been to a town hall, what they can expect in the experience. And then the very last thing I want to mention on a separate subject entirely, I'm glad I had the update on the Rio, and I know that we're working really hard to continue moving forward. And Mayor, I just want to support whatever it is that we need to do to further this effort and really see it through. I know there's talks of setting up a meeting with the Colonel and yourself, and at the last conversation, we even talked about myself joining you as well, and I'd be happy to do that. But Mayor, I'm curious as to your thoughts and what others think as to what needs to be done to really, what the council can do to really help move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whelan. Ms. Whelan?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Mary. Here I am talking. I just wanted to say thank you all for a beautiful presentation. And I bet the community is breathing a sigh of relief with these renderings. So absolutely well done. I have a couple of questions. First one being, I noticed the service roads. Will they be open to the public?
Councilmember Whelan, the service roads or the access roads will not be open to the public.
Okay, is there a reason that you see them being used often, or I'm just wondering?
Yeah, so as part of the design, we do need operation and maintenance of the channel. That is a requirement that the Army Corps had put forth. And so this access road will allow O&M of the channel, of the open channels. And so the service road, this access road, will provide that.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have is about the clay wash. And there's quite a difference between the look of that versus the look of the upper reach. And I'm just concerned that's quite a traveled path to go into the neighborhood behind that fence. Will that access still be there? There is a road that comes through there on the western end. Will that still be there?
Councilmember Whelan, yes, the access road will still be there. There are properties that we are working with as far as acquisition. So we will work with that, but the access road needs to be there as part of the O&M.
Okay. And my final question or comment is really sharing gratitude with the willingness that your team and Christine have in working with our partners. I know that with the changes with some of the contingencies that BSN, the railroad, has put forth, it's been suggested that there'll be a 1 to 2 year delay, which would affect the downtown connection center. Can you speak to that a little bit more, and possibly any solutions that you've begun to think about?
So, Councilmember Whalen, this is Christine.
Yes.
We hope to gain a lot more information from BNSF on Tuesday of next week on what those mitigation measures, the scope of those and the scale of those. They've given us just a general list at this point, but we have spoken among staff, several times since the last time we met with them about, things that we can do to expedite a construction and maintenance agreement that has a favorable outcome for both agencies, through those mitigation measures. It kind of borders on, speaking of property negotiations and contract negotiations. And so I think we need to be mindful of that. But
right.
But yeah, we are definitely, ready to engage and talk, and they are ready to engage. And, the plants needed to get to a certain level before this could happen. And,
right.
It's a big challenge, but it's also a great success for the project that we are as far as we are.
Well, we certainly appreciate that the building will still be accessible. And I'm sure you've chatted with staff about this, but there is a timeline, and I guess as things move forward and you get better information, you'll be discussing that in the future. But I sure did want to thank you for those discussions and realizing how important it is to all agencies involved. So thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Trevor and Christine. Thank you, Shane Dilly. Thank you, everybody at the City of Flagstaff, and also SWI, meeting with the residents at the Upper Reach off of Navajo Road there and showing them how high the wall will actually be. And I think most people were surprised. The height is not going to be as tall as what they thought it was going to be. I know there's still some angst among the community members there in the Upper Reach, but I really believe the meeting that happened, oh gosh, I can't remember when that was, I guess maybe 3 weeks ago, did help alleviate some of that. And I really appreciate the effort of meeting with the residents and showing them an idea how tall that wall will be in that Upper Reach area. And really nearly cried when I saw that virtual town hall. It was very good. Really want to thank City Manager for getting this in row, that we have to have the communication and have to have these renderings to alleviate some of the concerns that there may be, especially the upper reach here of this project. And I know the residents of all Flagstaff really appreciate this project and thank everybody for their effort on this. So very good presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayors. Quick follow-up, Trevor. Just looking at the slides again and just thinking about it, when you look at the upper reach and the plans, they're very beautiful, right? They're very nice. And then when you reach the lower reach, you see a lot more concrete. You have that road. It's just not maybe as friendly, you would say. Can you talk a little bit about that? Is it because it is lower reach and because it's more downstream? Does that maintenance road need to be there per se? And was there other options that were more just like beautiful, you could say?
Vice Mayor Shimoni. So when we, again, I guess it comes down to operation and maintenance of the channel. And so when we look at an access road, we have to be able to get equipment in there to do their maintenance, to clean out some of those V-ditches, some of those culverts that are going to take the water from the surface down into the channel. And so we put a road there. The Army Corps plan designed for just a typical road that would carry a service vehicle. And we also have to remember that we have utilities that are being relocated. We have a sewer main that is basically near or underneath that access road. And city crews need to get their large vehicles out there. The TV truck may have to drive out there to TV a line.
then we may need a vac truck to get out there to either clean out a manhole or check a few services that we have to tie in. So the road has to be, I guess, sturdy to take care of that type of equipment. So that was the plan, to just put in a service road. Now, if we want to, we can look at maybe changing the color of the road, or we can look or research into a different type of material that is still able to accommodate a large service vehicle. So there's those options we can look into, and I think we can do that with our design team.
Thank you, Trevor. I'd be interested in seeing other alternatives. If there's any way to integrate, some kind of public amenity, if it makes sense that folks might want to walk or jog, or like a trail that goes along the Rio here. I don't know, I just see it as an opportunity, and I feel for this neighborhood, La Plaza Vieja, and if, I don't know, if there's anything we can do, I'd be open to it.
I'm going to go to the city manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I want to start by thanking the presenters. It was a very good team effort, and the tools that are now being used are of great quality and should go a long ways in delivering the message of what this project looks like. I think the current conversation is certainly a worthy one. I just want to remind us all that in the end, this is a stormwater project, and it's a rather large project, and it's designed and built to carry significant floodwaters during a significant event. And I think the design right now, there's been so much effort to, especially in the upper reaches, to bring about an aesthetic and an appearance that is welcoming to the community, while at the same time providing the underlying needs of being able to deliver large volumes of stormwater. There are inevitably portions of this project that are going to be a lot more utilitarian and a lot less aesthetic. And I don't know that we're going to get beyond that, frankly. And I would like to give us a nudge to be mindful of that. I think staff and the Corps are really doing everything possible to make this an appealing project on the surface. But there are elements of this, i.e. box culverts and open canals, rectangular canals, concrete canals that you've seen that may simply need to remain in place to function the way that they're designed to function. Thank you.
I wanted to go ahead and join the conversation. Christine, Ms. Cameron?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more point to that, please, Mayor. So, Vice Mayor, the area of the lower reach and the clay wash reach that end, they're bound by private property, and they're often maintenance roads that don't go anywhere and don't connect into any other facilities for PED transportation. Not that can't change in the future, and I think that is something that's been discussed as far as with the MPO and the FOOTS program, down the road. But today we don't have additional property rights, and there really should not be public access on their roads, because they're bound on all sides by BNSF property, which is unsafe to travel on and very restricted. So I just wanted to make that point also. Thank you.
So I wanted to make a few comments. First of all, I want to tell staff how much I am very much appreciative of this presentation, of the work, and of the direction that we have on this project. I am just very excited. I appreciate the video. I think the video is very meaningful, and I would like to see that up on our website as well as our Facebook page, because I do think that helps explain this project, and also helps people see what the project is going to actually look like. And I think that's been part of the issue. And part of the angst that we've heard from the community. I would like to just, stress to the city manager that during our last meeting with BNSF and the Army Corps, it was mentioned that perhaps a smaller meeting with a few key staff, myself, the vice mayor, and a few key staff, the colonel from the Army Corps, her main staff, might be beneficial for us to just tie up some loose ends that we have to help make sure that we are moving the project forward in an expedient manner. And so I'm just trying to find out how we are doing with getting that meeting set up. I believe that Mr. Dilly was a part of that conversation. I could be wrong.
Madam Mayor, this is Greg Clifton. There's a number of us at the table orchestrating these meetings. They are very much a work in progress. And while we don't have exact dates yet, we've come close. There are meetings right around the corner. And if you would indulge us, we can give you the detailed information. I don't know that all the attendees at these meetings will be exactly who you listed, but I think it'll largely be in conformance with what you mentioned, which is high-level government officials on our end with the Army Corps, and then a meeting with BNSF as well. So these meetings are definitely underway, and we will be notifying you quickly as to when they're taking place.
And so then I have one more thing, and I really would like for all of us to take this in the spirit that it's meant. If we could go back to the presentation, to the slides that show what this project looks like. I want to start out with perhaps a slide that shows the upper reach. Okay, so let's go forward one. Okay, so I really want us to take this in the spirit that it's meant, and I want to be clear with the city manager and staff that I don't want to do anything to slow this project down at all, okay? I just want to point out some things that I think is very interesting. So we had a conversation, and we've been having conversations with individuals that live in the Cheshire area, the upper reach, all the way down through really the STEM core of the city as to what this project is going to look like and the need to stress that it look beautiful. And we have spent years, and I don't know how many countless of hours talking to the community to make sure that we have something that looks aesthetically pleasing, right? And so when I look at that, I think to myself, how beautiful is that? There's a box culvert, there's a foot trail, there's a lot of green. You know, that is definitely something that I think reflects Flagstaff. Now I'd like for us to go forward. We can keep moving. I want us to, go forward one more. I want us to stop and look at that. And I want you all to know that I heard you talk about private property and about our limitations and whatnot. And I do know that that's factual and that's real. And again, I don't want to do anything to delay the project at all. So if it goes forward looking like that, I say that understanding that. But I do think it's very interesting that we are looking at this in this neighborhood, which is one of the targeted neighborhoods, which has a high concentration of people who live in a certain income level, that we have trailer parks, quite frankly, in this area. And that's what we consider to be aesthetically pleasing. I just feel that I need to point that out. That's a very different look than the other parts of this. And I don't think it was deliberate. I want to be very clear about that. I don't think it was. But I do think that we should be able to do better in this area than that. Are there any other comments from council? Okay, I don't see any other comments. Thank you so much for the presentation again. We are now down to item number 11. Council, do we need a break, or do you think we can get through the next two without a break? Okay, let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you. Oh, wait. Yes, we need a break. I'm sorry, City Clerk. I forget. I apologize. Council, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 8:17.
We're streaming.
Okay, let's go ahead and have a conversation about the zoning code and about changing it to allow required commercial areas of mixed-use development that are vacant to be converted into dwelling units in exchange for permanent affordable housing.
Mayor Dan Simer, zoning code manager for the city. I also have Sarah Dector with me, and of course Tiffany or Dan are available. Today we're going to have a brief conversation introduction for your discussion on this topic. It is a discussion of whether to amend the zoning code to allow the required commercial areas of mixed-use developments that are currently vacant to be converted to dwelling units in exchange for permanent affordable housing. A little bit of background on this. We did have mixed use in our zoning code prior to 2011, although the current provisions were adopted in 2011 to incentivize mixed use developments. And one of the major incentives that were provided was the unlimited density of residential dwelling units in exchange for those mixed-use developments, with no minimum requirement for commercial, only that they had to provide two uses, residential and non-residential or commercial areas. There are regional plan, activity center, and adjacent corridor policies and goals that both in the zoning code and in the regional plan that require commercial development areas that are mixed use to be either below or above in front, or as I say on screen, residential is required above or behind the commercial areas. Here are a few of the developments that have taken advantage of the mixed use standards. The current zoning code for a commercial zone allows up to 29 dwelling units per acre without a mixed use designation through a conditional use permit process. And as you can see, these projects on the screen have taken a substantial incentives for those commercial areas. As you start to deliberate, there are a few items that staff has pointed out as it pertains to this consideration that we would have to come back to you about if you choose to move forward, and what is the appropriate quantity of affordable housing. Our current affordable housing incentives and bonuses will not work for these developments to achieve the densities that they were provided and obtained through that mixed use incentive. Only Fremont Station would be able to achieve that density, and that's even questionable in itself. As we talk about these things, some of the things we would need to consider is the regional plans and specific plans, goals, and policies about allowing these higher density, as we come to know them as high occupancy housing developments, on commercially zoned property. These are commercially zoned property, and the integrity of our commercial zones was to incentivize the mixed use development. So this is a fairly large consideration from a land use perspective, as is the next two bullets. For us to give you a really good analysis, I did point out in the report that we would need a good analysis of the commercial to evaluate how this could affect our prime corridors. So when we implement a zoning change, it does have to be implemented uniformly through the zone. You could incentivize affordable housing, and there are ways to implement such a proposed change, but the impact on our commercial corridors really needs to be understood, and this is kind of dear to me based on previous experience. of trying to maintain our commercial corridors and not overly populate them with residential only uses for a commercial zone. I do think it can be achieved, and we do have it in places in the city, although the prime commercial corridor streets are vital to our community, especially when it comes to commercial tax dollars. And from a land use and planning perspective, we really want to know how the economic prosperity of these commercial areas would contribute or be impacted by such a zoning code change. So for today's discussion, this was a brief high-level overview of some things that we have pointed out for your discussion. We are looking for your direction and any other item that the council would like us to consider in an analysis. And I'm open for any questions or council deliberation.
I believe this item came forward. Okay, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. If you would like to have the person that brought this forward go first, I'm fine with that.
I was going to call on Miss Whelan because I believe this was her item. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Mayor, it was my item until the majority in council moved it forward for this discussion. So I think that's the point. Quite frankly, this is the first time I've ever seen money associated with a zoning change. So I'm surprised that that got even in the conversation, but I understand what you're saying, Mr. Seimer. The idea is simple. When those retail spaces were constructed, it was clear that minimal parking, if any parking, was laid out for those empty spaces. And so it's very difficult for them to find people to go in, especially with the economic situation we're in. Many of us went on that tour, I think a year ago, and we were being asked by the owners and the developers to allow them to change this into livable space. The piece that I brought forward was the idea of looking at something that was 40 to 60% AMI, and somehow being able to negotiate that. But I do also understand the concern of pulling that empty retail space. And perhaps there's some happy medium. Right now, I mean, it's been years that it's still dirt floors, and there have been no bites to move into those spaces. So again, council, I just wanted to bring it up. It could be a possible answer to our affordable housing crisis. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think, as you all know, I did support moving this forward to this next step, but I've been doing a lot of thinking about it. And yes, this proposal might help with affordable housing goals, but it would have long-term implications, compromising many of our other goals, the very goals for which the mixed-use incentives were created, which include walkability, reducing car trips, and reduced emissions. So I'm thinking that if these commercial areas go to what would be homogeneous residential, the residents would end up being more car dependent because we're splitting the commercial away from the residential. There's no doubt that these spaces are currently underused, but in the long run, I'm hoping that the goal that we put in when we created them the mixed use incentives, that we will fill them with commercial in time. As an example, Mountain Line is likely going to be leasing some space from the Hub, which is now called the Jack, of course, during construction of the new transfer center. With the new transfer center, the commercial space in the Jack will increasingly be valuable for commercial space. And I think maybe it was Ms. Whalen alluded to it. I think one of the reasons that we're not getting these commercial spaces filled is there's no parking associated with it. And where, like in Aspen Place, the sawmill, whatever we call it, they've been very successful. And I think the difference is because there's parking there. So I guess what I'm wondering is if we should really be discussing this when we're talking about the regional plan, which is in the next 2 years, we're going to be talking about updates to the regional plan. And that might be a better time to thoroughly investigate the pros and cons of this idea. So I'll listen to what the other council members have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Council? We're looking to see if there is interest in doing this. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, question for you. A lot of those commercial spaces are pretty tall in terms of height. Do you have any idea how that would convert into livable spaces?
Mayor, members of the council, yeah, there is a minimum height requirement for the commercial spaces. It isn't uncommon to have some of your higher end residential areas having those taller ceilings. In past career or past life, I have done several. Sometimes they convert them into lofts. The building code does limit the amount of area that can be created as a loft, but it is feasible that they could be used as residential uses to that perspective. It will change, the appearance from the street, because your storefront will be gone, and there's other implications that would have to be considered. Also, for like a project like the Hub, I just want to point out they don't have the parking to convert these spaces to residential because they don't have parking for their commercial. So there's those kind of considerations that would have to be accommodated for. And when we do look at the overall density transfer, they may not be in what they would be willing to do.
And so, Dan, my quick follow-up question for you is, in thinking about what Ms. Whelan was talking about, and the 60% AMI resident, which is, our service industry worker making $15 an hour on estimate, but would that be feasible or realistic to be converting these spaces into such a complex?
It's a difficult question to answer from the not having the financials of these developments. What I'd be cautious of is because we can't do, because of a uniformity kind of issue that I'm kind of concerned about, there may be a way to do it. But I'm cautious on is other developments then coming in and building a mixed-use development and a year later asking to convert it at a much lower intensity that would circumvent the affordable housing provisions of the code. It may be, it may not be, but without having that financial information of the developer, that's a very difficult question to answer.
Okay, and then Mayor, we're just speaking about a handful of parcels that we're talking about with this agenda item. Councilmember Whelan, if that's my understanding, I'm fine with this moving forward. I guess I just struggle to see. I guess we'll see what the developers say if we put this on the table for them to, choose to potentially do.
I'm not sure that you can change the zoning for a handful of parcels. I would ask staff if that's the case.
Mayor, members of council, that is correct. There is a uniformity kind of issue that we would have to address, and typically, and I would have to sit down with our city attorney, and I don't want to say this, but there is a thing in zoning world, as there is in others, that's called special legislation that I have to be very concerned about.
Okay, Ms. Whelan?
Could this be made a choice for the owners?
It could be made a choice. Again,
and would that alleviate legal concern?
But then depending on how it is implemented, we would have to do a more thorough analysis of our activity center goals and regional policies, and opening it up broadly I just had some concerns at this point without having
I understand. I'm sorry, Dan, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I understand that you have concerns. I mean, the presentation is fraught with concerns. I also have concerns about housing and low income housing. And I'm asking, is this something we can move forward? But, I see your suggestion of a $40,000 study. I'm just not sure why this needs to be so complicated. When we went on that tour, and I forget how many council members went, it was clear that they were asking if this could be changed into housing, because they would see some type of benefit. Those retail fronts are empty. They're not even finished. So when, I get the concern that forever and ever they will be filled with individuals who need homes to live in, and we won't have supposedly as much retail shopping. But the truth of the matter is many of them do not have parking spaces to do restaurants. Even the standard said we have a full kitchen, we're ready to go with the restaurant, but there's no parking for people to go to sit in a restaurant. So yes, we all have concerns, and I think right now it's a matter of council giving direction on, do we want to pursue this since we are in a housing crisis, or do we want to not? So it's just that simple.
So I would just ask council, we have had Ms. Whelan weigh in, we've had Mr. McCarthy weigh in. Is there council, we've had the vice mayor weigh in. Is there council majority that's interested in moving this forward? Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Whelan. Are we looking for 3 to move forward or 4 to move forward here?
I think we're going to need a council majority to move forward, which is 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mayor, Council, this is Sterling. We're in a work session reviewing one that's already had the 3 to be put into a work session, and this is the opportunity now, and we need 4.
Well, do we have 3 and waiting for a 4th?
No.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to point out, I acknowledge Ms. Whalen's comment about how the standard had said about their parking situation. They do meet code requirements. I just wanted to make that part. It's really the hub that has a bigger issue. So.
You know, I'm to be completely blunt and transparent. I'm totally, utterly on the fence about this. I don't know that it matters if I'm only the third vote instead of the fourth. I'm almost willing to see this move forward, just out of a sense of exploring the possibilities and seeing where this could go. But you know, I also wish there was a way that we could tackle this on a piecemeal basis, and it doesn't seem like there is. You know, in my own mind, I can picture sites where it's appropriate that we switch over to affordable housing, and sites where I would like to give some space, give some time for that space to marinate some more. I think it would be successful eventually. I just really don't know. Although, you know, if we're talking about the need for affordable housing and turning over every stone that we can in order to find that where we can, in that sense, I am supportive of seeing this out further. So I guess I will fall onto that side of the fence. Although I really do want everybody to know that I don't know. I really commend Councilmember Whalen for thinking outside the box on this one. And I don't know if it'll work out or not, but I suppose I'm willing to see what can happen. And I'm very intrigued by her question of whether or not we can make this voluntary. I don't know if that's direction or not, but that's what I'm willing to say on the subject right now.
Ms. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as I was also one of the yays of moving this forward, you know, at first it sounded very appealing, but you know, the more I've been thinking about this item and some of the staff presentation, but I also go back to our business commercial corridors that we have here in town, which are, basically the ADOT roadway through Flagstaff, and how, we as a community have put emphasis that we need to use it in the best space for commercial aspects. And I don't see these student housing developments they're going to become student housing developments in the near future. And they're going to start to become more the traditional multifamily housing is my thought looking forward for a community of what's happened with COVID and everything else and what the national trend is concerning higher education. And so if we create these spaces that eventually become traditional multifamily housing, well, we need commercial space to fill the needs of the multifamily housing, and also think about our cap. We have a huge lift to becoming carbon neutral in less than 10 years at this point, and so to me, at first it seemed like it made sense when we first got this item. Whenever it was a few weeks ago, but at this point, thinking about a little more long term, I just don't feel it's appropriate to move this item forward as it is. So I'm going to say a no, and sorry to my colleagues for saying that, but I just really believe that we have to think a little more longer term at the moment. Yes, we need housing for our residents, and we'll get there. So thank you.
Ms. Sauce, do you want to weigh in? Ms. Salas?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm interested in moving forward with this discussion. If we have to look into the regional plan and the codes moving forward, we're here to set policies, but at the same time, we're also faced with these imperatives of the here and now. We have serious homelessness issues. We are in dire need of 5,000 housing units for Flagstaff's workforce. And then we have all of this vacant commercial spaces that are not occupied. So I'd like to see this discussion move forward in terms of policy directions and policy making in the future. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Daniel.
Mayor, thank you. If the item does go forward, which it looks like it may, which I don't disagree with the input that's being provided, my comments in the staff report are more as like, let's move forward in an informed manner, and so that you all have information that's readily available to you, and it's the future council. Like I did say, I think it may be possible that you could do 100% residential adjacent to a commercial corridor. Although, what does that look like, and how is the best mechanism moving forward? So I just want to make that clear of my objective.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Mr. Aslan because he was kind of on the fence. But first, I would like to tell council, just to remind council, I wasn't know when this was brought forward. It's kind of late. You know, we've been in the meeting for a while, so I won't go into all the extensive reasons. But I did send legal an email listing a bunch of questions that I had regarding the legality of this moving forward based off of the zoning choices that were made expecting a certain type of use, and what does that mean for other people's property. And so if it does move forward, I'm going to ask for an e-session so we can fully vet all of the legal questions that were in my email. Mr. Aslan?
Well, Mayor, I am hesitant to move this forward. I am definitely on the fence about it. But I don't know that it's at this point it's worth staff effort and time to press forward on something that just feels so ambiguous. I just think that we've got a very full plate as it is. I'm concerned. You know, I'm very concerned about how this plays into sustainability and how it confuses our message, and being on point about the way we're using these spaces. And I think I'm going to stand by what I said earlier, which is I just think it's a little too early to give up on these as develop commercial properties. So I don't know if we're looking at executive session and we're trying to figure all this out, and we're getting recommendations from staff that this is going to be messy. I'm willing to anyway, my hesitation is strong enough that I feel that I need to be on the no side of this.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the vice mayor, and then we'll just go ahead and move on to the next topic because we do have council majority not to move forward. Vice mayor.
Okay, if this, I'll be super brief since we have council majority. I was going to say, did you tally me in the yes for it to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just say in closing, you know, I'd be intrigued to see if there was, you know, a way for that opt-in option. I think that it's going to be tough to see commercial in there, and it's going to take a lot of work. And so I'm willing to see us have that conversation. But since there's a majority that has spoken up, I'll just go with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move forward. There was not council majority to move that forward. The next item is going to be item number 12. This is a review of the current process for all reclaimed water agreements.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Steve Camp. I'm the Regulatory Compliance Manager for Water Services. And I was going to go over some of the reclaimed water agreements, how we, some of the history and where we've come today. So some of the things I want to talk about is, the history of, a little bit of the history of what the reclaimed water history is, the kind of permits we have, the requirements, why we have agreements. So the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality created 5 classes of reclaimed water. They got A+, A, B+, B, and C. We produce A+. So the plus on those is nitrogen removal. When you go from C to A, it has a higher disinfection and a higher filtration. So Class A+ essentially has no, it's got disinfection down to no E. coli, no pathogens, and it has nitrogen removal. ADAQ has also generated 3 types of recycled water. They're calling them recycled permits now to distribute reclaimed water. The first type is a gray water reuse permit. And gray water it's really not a permit per se. It's just some rules and regulations on how you treat gray water. The second is direct reuse, and that would be such as a wastewater treatment plant providing water to, say, a golf course, a single golf course, or a single agricultural use. And then a type 3, which is a reclaimed water agent. And what that is that's what the Flagstaff has. And that's when we distribute water to several different classes of customers. We have several different end users. So what does a type 3 recycled water general permit allow us to do? Well, it allows us to distribute reclaimed water to end users. And when we do that distribution to end users, we're required to have a contractual agreement with each end user. And as a result, we also have to submit an annual report to ADAQ each year about all of our end users and how much water we're actually distributing to our end users. So currently, we've got about 94 end users that actually have a meter that distribute water to those end users. We also have another 118 customers that actually come to either our Wildcat plant or our Rio plant to actually get reclaimed water, and they have a hauled water permit. So in total, we have about a little over 200 customers, about 200 agreements. So why do we have end user agreements? Well, it's because it's required in the Arizona Administrative Code. ADAQ requires us to have an end user agreement with each one of our customers. And so that end user agreement, what it's required to do is required signage, the liner requirements, the nitrogen management that's required for each one of those end users. So the only real requirement the ADAQ has in these agreements is signage. And that signage is a little bit, for open spaces on Class A+, there's really not a whole lot of signage requirements. And so that's what the requirements are of the state for these end user agreements. The city code also has a reclaimed water agreement for each end user, and we currently have 3 types of reclaim agreements. And we've got it's a conversion, a reimbursement, and a standard agreement. And currently, most of those are really the standard agreement. One of the things, the reclaim agreements allow us to do as staff and managing the plant is we have an agreed upon amount for each one of our end users. That allows the staff to properly operate the plant and anticipate the demand. We currently distribute about 35% of our reclaimed water. And the majority goes down the Rio. We have very high demand in early summer, like in May and June, like right just before monsoon. It's typically on a Sunday night or a Monday morning or a Thursday night or a Friday morning. So some of our big users,
that really use at those times is like parks, FUSD, and NAU. And the agreements help us to, what we've done in the agreements is we put some usage in there so we can kind of anticipate the use so we can operate the plant to its fullest efficiency. We've got some end users that have storage, and that allows us to store the water. So we can work with them and we can kind of work around them. And those are kind of the users that we can we can just work our system around them because they can store the water and they can take it in lower demand times and they don't have to be in there during the peak demand times. So in summary, we've got a Type 3 end user agreement. It's currently executed by the Water Services Director and also signed by the end user, and that's signed by the city attorney, by the city clerk. And for the process for actually getting a reclaimed water service, currently we have a ban on new services because we're trying to manage our water during these heavy summer months. So we'll meet with the user, kind of get an idea of the usage. If we were going to enter into a new agreement, then we did enter into an agreement, and then the process after that is very similar to just a potable water service. And like I said earlier, the agreements are required for state law. And so that's about what I have on reclaim agreements. And with that, I take any questions.
Council? Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I just wanted to clarify that second to last slide with respect to the signature of the city attorney and the city clerk. All contracts entered into by the city are approved as to form by the city attorney's office and attested by the city clerk. I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the council and the public.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go to Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. McCarthy, followed by the Vice Mayor. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I think this is an important decision that we're going to make tonight. I believe that the decision to have these agreements executed by the Water Services Director probably was done in 2011. And since that time, the worth of reclaimed water has become more and more important. So that's only one point. I believe that it is imperative that the decision or that we consider revoking the delegation of authority on reclaimed water agreements from the Water Services Director to the Flagstaff City Council. Now, the nuances of that will of course be done by conversation as this item is agendized and staff review and legal review. But I believe that as we're looking at options, being in almost a drought for a decade or over that, we are looking at new waters, and we are, cities in Arizona and throughout the nation have accepted this idea of a one water. And I believe that it is time that responsibility of either deciding on the renewal or the length of the contract or a new contract be done by council. And that's the reason that I brought this up. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Whalen, I agree with everything you just said. We'd just like to add to it a little bit. it'd be best if we had a underlying policy of how to make these decisions. And I think that we should go ahead and formalize such a policy. But until that policy is available, I agree that we should have all these decisions on new water contracts be made by City Council and not by staff. And from what I understand, we're not even doing any right now. So this will really not be a heavy burden on council. But I think it's a good interim measure until we can get an underlying policy formally established. The other thing I'd like to point out that if we make this change, that will not undo any existing contracts that the city has. So I don't see any danger in doing this. And I agree with Ms. Wayland that it would be an appropriate policy change and for the long term. And in all honesty, I base this on kind of some previous decisions that have been made by staff that I personally did not agree with, which isn't significant. What is significant is that there was not a discussion in public by the council. The decisions were just made in the back room, and that was inappropriate. So I strongly support moving this forward. Thank you, Ms. Whalen, for bringing this idea forward. Thank you.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor and then Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff. We mentioned that with A+ quality, nitrogen management is not required. Is that, can you just explain that a little bit more for me really quickly? Is it because we assume we've removed the nitrogen entirely?
Well, Mayor and Council, this is Steve Camp again. We test our reclaimed water for nitrogen. We're required to have it down to 8 and 10. We have an action level of 8, and we have a permit limit of 10. Just to compare it, the drinking water standard is also 10. It's milligrams per liter. So that's a requirement we're required to meet for reclaimed water.
Okay. Are there concerns about the nitrogen that is omitted by this reclaimed water, A+?
Are there concerns from and let me just clarify, that's what the regulatory requirement is. I don't know that I can get into, maybe I don't quite understand the question in terms of the concerns. Those are the regulatory requirements.
We have the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So getting into the details of the regulatory requirements, they are what they are. They're in the law already. And really the question tonight is more about the process for the reclaimed water agreements, not about the regulation.
Thank you, Sterling. You know, I had a feeling I was going to trigger you.
No, that's okay. You're welcome.
and thank you, Steve, for, anyways, in closure, I am in favor of a water management policy. I think that is extremely important, as Councilmember McCarthy mentioned as well, as Councilmember Whelan. And so I like to see us move forward with that. Whether or not we should take action on who oversees these applications, I'm not too sure about if that's the right approach. I definitely think we need that water management policy first. But it is interesting to hear that we have a hold on new applications. So that does make me think that we could move forward. I just want to make sure that if we do see any applications, that we have this policy in place. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Okay, so you're a no. Is that correct?
I like to hear what other members of the council have to say, but I'm leaning towards no because I like to see us have a water management policy first.
Okay. I'm gonna need the rest of the council to weigh in. Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, I would love to see some changes in this. I would really like the city council to take the authority back. I do agree that we need to have a water policy in place first. My only question is, what is going to instigate getting a water policy in place faster? A process where we give direction that we want a water policy as quickly as possible and then move forward, or take the authority back on this and really up the ante here. It's sort of it's a bit of a hypothetical question, sort of tongue in cheek, because I do think that we need the policy in place first. And I don't want to play games here, but this is a long-winded way of saying we need to get our ducks in a row very quickly, because I think this is important. I really appreciate Councilmember Whelan's fair item bringing this up. I think it's timely. I think it speaks to the future of water policy, not only in Flagstaff, but in the This is something we need to figure out, and something we need to stop dragging our feet about. So if you need more clarity on that, I would like to see a water policy in place before we do this. But if we can't get a water policy in place very quickly, I'd be happy to revisit this sooner than that.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, this is my second time go around on this topic that we're having a conversation on. And the first time, it was the majority of the council agreed that we need to have this policy in place first. So the decisions that are being made, whether at the end of the day, it could be a council body, that there was equity in those decisions. And for whatever reason, no one took up the torch to carry that forward of creating a policy that would create fairness, equity in decision makings, whether it still ends up at the end of the day with staff or at the end of the day with a council body. And hopefully, I see Mr. Aslan had made a strong suggestion about creating this a policy that creates equity, and I hope he brings that forward and we create that policy so we can move forward. So at the end of the day, I'm a no until that policy has been in place. Just like what we decided, or I decided on the same topic 2 years ago, I think it was, in 2018. So thank you.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, it has been mentioned a few times tonight that we are first and foremost a policy-making body. And given our charter of city council, city manager, wherein city council sets policy and city manager and staff is in charge of, you know, administrative and management and implementation of such policy. So the way the fair was proposed, you know, the title is Review of Current Process for All Reclaimed Water Agreements and the Renewal. That is stepping into the operational, admin, and management side of policy. But again, it was mentioned earlier that there's a lack of policy when it comes to reclaimed water. So I'm a no on this fair item, but I would like to see moving forward a reclaimed water policy after or perhaps it can be developed. Such policy can be developed in the Reclaimed Water Master Plan. As you recall, or at the beginning of the meeting, there's an ongoing process to come up with a Reclaimed Water Master Plan, and we have given the names of the stakeholders represented, who will represent our community. So let's keep on our policy making hat and come up with a reclaimed water policy before we even discuss the process of reclaimed water agreements and their renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to remind Council that it was a previous Council that set policy that the Director of Water Services would make this decision. So I'd like to again just share a little of my experience. This is very easy to forget, and that's why I've brought it up. What I'm asking is to make the decision to change that policy and revert this decision-making of new contracts and renewals to come back to Council, and therefore motivating and insisting that a good, healthy policy be drafted in order to make those decisions. You see, by doing that, we not only have staff, but we will have the commission to filter all these decisions through. And whether that be a tiered approach, depending upon how much water is used or how little water is used, that's going to be up to other recommendations. But quite frankly, I truly am concerned that if we do not give staff direction to change the policy of who makes those decisions, then your water policy will not be written in the timely manner that you're asking. I think Council Member Odegaard just brought it up. 2 years ago, we said this needed to be done, or at least we brought it up for discussion, that a water policy needed to be made. We know that right now we're going to be collecting data on the unused reclaimed water, but we need data on all reclaimed water, because I've also heard this council say, I don't want to go to Red Gap Ranch first. What are our other options? Where our other options are being used throughout the state, throughout this nation, and that is a one water approach. But we're lagging behind those times, and I'm asking council to really seriously think about the direction that you're giving tonight, because it is easily forgotten, and that's why I've brought it up. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Aslan, followed by the Vice Mayor, and then we're going to finalize the conversation. Mr. Aslan?
I want to say to Councilmember Whelan that I hear you. I really do. And your concerns speak loudly to me.
Mr. Aslan? Mr. Aslan?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you went out.
Here?
We only heard, yeah, we didn't hear everything.
I'm not sure why that died out on me. I apologize. And I'm not sure where I was, but I'll start over. Councilmember Whelan, I want you to know that I hear you, and I loudly hear your concerns, and they worry me. It seems that conversations about water policy have been happening for years and years, and within the memory of this council body, at least all the way back to 2014. So, you know, my earlier comment was a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it was supposed to have a bit of an edge to it too. How do we move forward responsibly with knowing the need to have this policy in place, but also starting to be a little bit fed up with the fact that we've asked for this policy cycle after cycle and haven't received any movement on it? This might be a question for the city manager. And I hate to invoke you, City Manager Clifton, if you weren't intending to weigh in on this, but I think what I've heard tonight is that we have clear direction that we need to work very quickly on getting the ball rolling on a new water policy so that we can honor the desire that is shared by a majority of council tonight to move forward on this issue, but to do it in the right order.
Thank you, Councilmember. That is the direction I'm hearing. I've been taking notes, and there is a clear consensus to address the policy as a matter of first order.
Honestly, that satisfies my concerns for now, but I do think that this whole issue has a short fuse. So, and I'm sure you have heard that, City Manager, and I appreciate your attention to the what is being expressed tonight.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I'm actually good. I appreciate what City Manager just shared, and Councilmember Aslan, I think you and I are right on the same page with this. I definitely want to see this move forward and not see us continue to kick the can down the road. But I do think that this policy needs to be in place first. And so that's, I guess, where I'm at.
And so just to close the conversation, I really am excited to hear a majority of council saying that we need to have a policy. I've been saying since 2014 that we need to have a policy. I do believe the city manager has heard the majority of council loud and clear, and I'm hopeful that the council, it'll most likely be the next council, will actually get a water policy in place. So thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next conversation. This is item number 13. Item number 13 is public participation for items that are not currently on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have any public participation tonight?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Odegaard. And our next item would be informational items from the Mayor, Council, and City Manager, future agenda item requests. Let's start with Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to go back to the beginning of our meeting today concerning the person that spoke from the Orpheum, that, you know, there's some legislation that could happen in Washington, D.C. that, you know, as another round of funding to help businesses, help individuals, to help the entertainment community to get through the pandemic. And I was wondering if it's possible that we could add the advocacy to see that next round of funding in our support of that to our federal federal legislation list, and then put it on the radar of our partners there in Washington, D.C., that we have some real grave concerns what's happening to some of our businesses that are still struggling today because of COVID. And so that's my thought, addressing what the public speaker spoke about at the beginning of our meeting, that we need as a council legislative body to advocate about the funding to help our residents here in Flagstaff. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The public comment speaker at the beginning of the meeting from the Orpheum Theater also caught my attention, and I'd like to see our city support, a legislation, federal legislation for more funding to our local theaters, and of course more funding for more pretty much another round of CARES Act. So so I'm in sync with Council Member Odegaard on that. So I believe this also there's a national effort that are known as Save Our Stages, which pretty much support the entertainment industry and local entertainment venues. Like in our case, we have the Orpheum and the Center for the Arts. So, thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I'd like to also add to that consideration for federal legislative priorities. Due to minimum wage increases, the impacts to our more vulnerable community members need to be taken into consideration. Those individuals using Head Start, also trying to apply for HUD assistance. And so there's grave importance to add to our federal legislative priorities to increase the federal poverty level. So those individuals who this minimum wage was intended to help are not shut out of services. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A few things I'd like to mention really quick. I know it's late and we're tired. Tequila Sunrise is coming up, and I know NAU and the city are doing their best to communicate to the public about the health concerns. This is not a city-sanctioned event, and under state law, the bars are able and legally allowed to open at 6 a.m. But anything we can do in terms of collaborating with NAU to get the message out, maybe continuing to talk to the DBA. I believe we're already in conversations with them, and just doing our best. I know we've already done quite a bit. Maybe even doing some more outreach on social media for the public. I just see it being a mess of an event. And I know that the NAU parade is all virtual this year. So all their events around homecoming, I believe, are virtual. So it's just a concern during a pandemic that we're in. Changing gears, I want to just give a shout out to the NAU Faculty Senate and the county for putting on a good public town hall yesterday that was virtual. It was a great discussion, and it talked about things like contact tracing, their partnership efforts moving forward, and what's been going on the ground. And it was a very informative conversation that I believe are posting to a public platform in the near future. As the weather gets colder, I'm thinking about our community partners and those who help our unsheltered population with shelter and the struggles to keep our communities safe through the winter. And so, just wanted to give them a shout out, and just looking forward to our courthouse walkthrough, and just a couple more things I'd like to share. Next week, our efforts to divert some of the 911 calls in regards to mental health goes live. through our dispatch, and it's a warm transfer of a call to the CRN, Crisis Response Network, that often can handle calls over the phone, but will also dispatch Teros. So it's a start, and we're very excited about that going live next week. And that's a great update and a great first step. And then very lastly, I just want to say thank you again to city staff for your hard work on the Rio to Flag. I think that the update was great, and I'm very excited to see this move forward, and we'll do everything I can to support this moving forward. And yeah, great work, and thank you all so much. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan.
Mayor, I have nothing right now. I do want to provide a quick update. I understand why my internet cut out earlier. My son started playing the popular game Among Us on my phone, which was tethered to the internet. So that will be a situation that will not happen again. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Children these days. All right, I have two things. One is before this meeting started, I wrote out some words, and I'm going to read them right now. I have a fair request that we formulate a policy regarding appropriate uses for city-generated reclaimed water. And I realize that we may have already covered that, but I think it's important enough that I would like to register it as a formal fair item. My second item is that I'm hoping that the meeting a week from tonight does not run this late, because about this time next week, I may be watching election returns. That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Clifton.
Thank you. Respectful of Mr. McCarthy's comments about the policy, I don't want to diminish in any way what you just suggested. I don't think it's necessary. I think we heard the entire council speak to the need for policy. That was the result of a fair discussion. And so I think we're prepared to go forward. And I take your comments, Mr. McCarthy, to maybe put an exclamation point on that, but I want to give you and your colleagues assurance that we're going forward with it, and we can do that without the need for an additional fair item.
So a quick follow-up, Mr. Clifton, I respect you and I trust you. So if we don't register that as a formal fair, that's all right by me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clifton, did you have anything else?
No, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for a very thorough discussion on many topics.
Well, yes, definitely. Thank you to city staff for the meeting tonight. We covered a lot of ground. It was a long meeting, but it was very in-depth. I just want to remind council that council has already given direction, and several letters have been written with regards to our support. The letters have been written to our congressional delegation, our federal congressional delegation, as well as the governor's office, regarding our support for more need, more funding, and more relief for our local businesses and our art venues. We've also worked with the Artist Coalition that we partner with our BPAC. And I wanted to just remind council, we also made it a legislative priority already. And so I thought that was important for, we cover so many things, especially when it's regards to COVID. So I wanted to make sure that council had that reminder. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.